Calendar. We do not have any presentations. So I will now move on to our public communications. Our meetings are designed to proceed in an organized and efficient manner to effectively conduct city business. The council welcomes and values public comments which can be shared at the designated time from the podium using the microphone. And please, when you're using the microphone, please move it closer to your mouth so we can hear you loud and clear. The council requests that all comments be addressed to the council as a whole and that the speakers refrain from directing individual comments at staff members. To maintain an orderly process, we kindly ask all attendees to refrain from creating disruptions during the meeting, interrupting speakers who are addressing the council, or impeding on the council's ability to conduct business. Should disruptions occur, the council may need to take certain measures such as calling a recess, clearing the chambers, or in rare circumstances, canceling the meeting. We greatly appreciate your understanding and cooperation in maintaining a productive environment that serves our entire community effectively. During this time, the council will allow public communication. Any member of the public may address the council for a period not to exceed 3 minutes total on any item of interest within the jurisdiction of the council. The council will listen to all communications. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the council cannot act on or discuss items not on the agenda. Okay, so we will now move on to our general public comments. I have Linda Walter, followed by Kelvin Koveduck. Linda Walter, followed by Kelvin Koveduck. Do we have Linda Walter? Can I see Linda Walter?
Yeah.
Yeah, so have Linda Walter go first, and then it's Kelvin Koveduck.
Oh, I thought you called me first.
I said Linda Walter, then Kelvin Koveduck.
Okay. But you wanted to do, well, tell them what you wanted.
This is regarding the appeal, correct?
No, this is general public comment.
Oh,
Sorry, you, okay.
sorry, I've got the wrong one.
Okay, I see. Kelvin Koveduck, would you like to speak under general public comment?
Yes.
Okay.
I knew I'd get my way.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay. The reason I'm here today is this is a subject I've talked about a month ago, and it's regarding Front Street, with construction on Front Street. Not the current construction. That's a done deal. It's on its way. It's a go. But there's future plans on Front Street. And what I'm concerned about, and my neighbors are concerned about, is the height limit. I've looked at the blueprints, and it's 40 feet. And right across the street, it's 25 feet. Still Front Street, just the other side. So what I proposed last time I was here was a request to direct the staff for an application to explore lowering the height to 30 feet because it's a residential area with some commercial businesses sprinkled in there. And so I just wanted to revisit that because it's been a month. I have talked to my representative and he mentioned that he will bring it to the attention of the city council, and so that's a positive step in the right direction. So that's all I have really to say is I would just like to have it go to 30 feet from 40 feet, which is actually 5 feet higher than the neighbors across the street. I don't think it's asking too much. There's other construction that was done in the early 2000s. It's approximately 30 feet. It seems to work. For this particular area, it's more residential. It's not Grand Avenue. It's not a main thoroughfare. There's going to be parking issues. I know they're building parking for there, but I know that when anybody lives close to the beach, you get lots of visitors, and I can attest to that. So since Veterans Day is just around the corner, I just want to acknowledge that. I had a great-grandfather in World War I and a grandfather in World War II. He enlisted in 1939. He didn't come back till 1945. My father was 6 when he left, and he was a teenager when he came back. So there's a lot of sacrifice there. It was the Canadian Army. So just to acknowledge all veterans, men and women, and on 22nd.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, and now we will go on to Catherine Sells, followed by Sylvia Borer. Ms. Borer, did you want to do general public comment, or did you want to do the item 6, or both? Gorgeous, sounds great. Okay, perfect, no problem. Okay.
Okay,
And excuse me before you get started, I'm so sorry, Ms. Sells. Can we please have some silence from our audience? There's a lot of people in here. If you need to talk, you can absolutely go out to the lobby and chat a little bit, okay? There's just a lot of people in here, and we would like to be respectful to all of our speakers. Thank you very much.
I want to tell you about a scam that's ongoing on my email. Someone has blocked into my email and sent friends of mine saying that I had a throat biopsy and I can't talk, so that's why I'm sending this message, and that I need money and to buy me an Amazon gift card. It's not for me, and it's ongoing because they're sending me emails from people that they're not from, and it's just, you don't know about it unless your friends tell you, because it's just out there happening. So 4 of my friends got sucked into it, but I called Amazon and said, no, this is a scam, please refund their money. But it's something to be really afraid of because it's ongoing. I got 4 texts today from someone who does not ever call me or communicate with me. And it's a scary scam.
Thank you for your comments. Sylvia Borer, followed by Randy Pfizer.
Hi, Sylvia Boyer, local Grover Beach for 15 years, born and raised in Rio Grande. I'm just, obviously a lot of people are upset about the heights of the buildings. Seems like that's just going to happen. I think there's been a lot of people that have voiced their opinion about it. I was here, I think in 2019 when we were discussing Airbnbs, and somebody came in and said, hey, we need to talk about high density housing. I was like, yeah, Grand Avenue could use, some sprucing up. We had a lot of abandoned buildings. There wasn't a lot of successful businesses happening down there. We had a lot of homeless people, and I can see that that's improving. And so I want to say, that's a nice, we're seeing more people walk and things like that. I will keep public comment and I'll address the other, but the buildings that are going up, we live at a fun beach town. It's a beach town. A lot of people don't get to live here. And a lot of people have to live in LA and live with ugly buildings, with no sunshine and having buildings slammed up against the sidewalks. It feels very much like we are so committed to dollar per square foot that we're forgetting that we're ruining our town. Nobody wants to live there. Everybody wants to live here, though, right? Until they don't. I would like to ask that we stop building buildings right up against the sidewalk. Maybe have some more greenery, maybe some trees. Put a little bit more emphasis on what the buildings look like as far as making them fun, not like LA. The building that's already there, we can't do anything about it. I think it's ugly. That's my personal opinion. I don't think it fits the environment, my personal opinion. So I was trying to think about how could we make this more fun because it's there. We could do a nice big mural, like hire a professional to do it. Would be really cool, put some color back into the city. And then the parking. I've been to places in LA and San Francisco where you have to time your parking. If you don't get there, you're not going to get a space. People were double parking in the roads, waiting for someone to leave, and actually leaving their cars in the roads, parking on sidewalks. That to me doesn't shout out, hey, nice community. That is trash to me. That means somebody got sold out and didn't take into consideration any of the people that were living there. If I buy a $500,000 house, or studio apartment or $1 million 2-bedroom house, I probably have a spouse. And maybe a child. I don't want my child or my spouse having to park on Grand Avenue or on, taking up the other people's spaces. So sometimes you just have to say, it's expensive to build. And maybe We just remember that the quality of life is more important than putting money in somebody else's pocket. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Boyer. Excuse me. Excuse me. We do have, just a reminder, we do have a level of decorum in here, so please no clapping. You can do jazz hands if you're excited, absolutely. Thank you. All right, Randy Pfizer, followed by Mike Wilson.
Hello. Hi, my name is Randy Pfizer. I live at 340 Front Street, so you can guess what I'm going to talk about. We moved here in 1959, and I have lived in the house that my dad built, my mom and dad built, for most of my life, and except for a short stint in San Luis when I was going to Cal Poly, and in Oceano and Arroyo for a short while. I taught 21 years of high school architecture, drafting, and computer animation too at Arroyo Grande High School. So I have a little bit of background in architecture. And one of the principles of architecture is scale. And it most times is just determined by the building itself being in scale, not to have a great big tower here and a little short flat thing there. But in this case, every day I look down Front Street, the scale is all out of whack. There were some really nice buildings done by Brad Ford back in the 2000s, early 2000s, and he helped get our street paved, which it was 15 feet wide before that. You couldn't pass two cars, if anybody remembers that. And his buildings are big. Yeah, they were 30 feet, taller than the 25-foot maximum for residential in the city for many years. Oh yeah, I was a masonry contractor here for 25 years too, so I do know a little bit about that. But the building still looked in scale with the houses. And I feel that has been lost. The ones on Grand Avenue, not so much, because there's more commercial buildings and stuff. I don't like it personally, but that's my opinion, and you know, it is what it is. But the scale is out of place anywhere you get off of Grand Avenue, in my opinion. And I would like to really see something about that. You know, more information. We don't have. No one know. I've come in and talked to the planning department. They've helped me out, but most people probably don't do that. And so it's hard to get that information out ahead of time. All of a sudden, it's going to be starting, and you know, I never was told that we might go to 40 feet down there, which is way too tall. So anyway, did I mention my house is the Pirate House on Front Street? If you drive by, you'll see my flags flying, and I'm very, very glad to be here in Grover Beach. When I was here at first, it was Grover City, and that's great. I've got 10 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Pfizer. All right, we have Mike Wilson, followed by Tim Sudiakal. Yes.
Good evening. My name is Mike Wilson, and for more than 3 decades, I've lived at 260 Beckett Place. Over that time, the city has honored me, as it honored other citizens in the city, with postcards and letters inviting us to visions and planning committee ideas, the last in 2014. I can honestly tell you that nothing that I've seen constructed so far complies with any aspect of the visioning that we had back then. The fact of the matter is that somehow the branding of this community has been hijacked. And the problem that you all 5, need to appreciate is the fact that as you walk through the community, I don't think there is anyone, aside from realtors outside the community, who think that what they're seeing constructed is a very good idea. People are beginning to feel as though this hasn't been done for them, it's been done to them. And what you have is an initial shock at the scale and design and inappropriate architectural aspects for a small beach community. People are getting angry. I have, however, an idea. you five clearly possess the power to hit pause. You will have appeals brought before you, accept them and send them back to the Planning Commission. Direct the Planning Commission to put on hold all multi-story, multi-family buildings. Not forever. There's nothing going to happen to the land, and certainly things will continue once we have a chance to take a breath. And then I would ask that you do what we did before 2014. Send out postcards, letters, inviting the community into this chamber, our chamber, and let us listen to the concepts of the architects that have developed this new branding. Let us understand why it was done, the intentions behind it. And then I would ask respectfully that you listen to us. If in fact you find that the perception of the community at large does not confer or combine with the concept that we're being seen, listen to us. Accept what we have to say. Because the reality is, we live in a delightful, small community of 8,000 residents. That makes it rather intimate.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Wilson.
So what I would like to suggest
Thank you for your
is that
comments.
you
Thank
listen
you.
to us.
Your time is now up. Thank you so much for your comments.
And
We
accept
appreciate you. Thank
our
you.
observations.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Sudiakal. Oh, watch out for that chair.
So good evening. My name is Tim Sudiakal, and I'm here with my wife and my brother-in-law. And we currently live at 235 North 3rd Street. When my wife and I decided to purchase here and make Grover Beach our home some 20 years ago, we love the beach town character and feel with the stunning backdrop of the Pacific Ocean and coastal mountains. Now, as we drive around Grover Beach and look out of our home on North 3rd Street, that feeling is gone. As the large multi-level buildings are currently being constructed, our beach community skyline and character is being significantly changed. We no longer see our beautiful blue ocean, the vibrant sunsets, the natural foliage on the sand dunes at the entrance to the Sand Dunes by Finn's Restaurant. This cannot be undone. We do support residential and commercial revitalization and growth, but we ask the City Council to be open to our comments here tonight and our concerns to protect and preserve our city's unique coastal beach town identity, the coastal and ocean views from current and future proposed construction of large 4- and 5-story multi-level buildings. We ask the City Council to champion the causes and call of its citizens to fulfill the promise of the Coastal Act, now and for the future, by balancing the needs and rights of the many over the few. Section 30251 of the California Coastal Act states in part, the scenic and visual qualities of coastal areas shall be considered and protected as a resource of public importance. Permitted development shall be sited and designed to protect views to and along the ocean and scenic coastal areas. We understand that private property rights matter, but public property rights matter too. We ask the City Council to consider this matter not as an either or as the Planning Commission did, but following staff's leads, but as either and, considering the rights of all parties, neighbors, the public, and visitors to our area. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next we have, is it Linda Georgia or George? George? Just George? Okay, thank you.
Linda George, 3126 Spring Street, Paso Robles, California. My father is from Oceano, My entire family is from this area, actually. Johnny Apodaca, my dad's uncle, he has Apodaca Paving. You know, funny enough, I didn't realize your police chief was so tall. I see him on pictures on social media. The reason why I'm here is to support Debbie Peterson, mostly to say this. I'm not done.
I know, but
it's not about the appeal. I've been driving here since I was a kid. My father moved to San Jose to raise us to be a roofer. So I've been driving here almost every weekend for 40 years. I have come to Grover Beach for the first time in a couple years, and it is ugly. It is sadly ugly. I cannot believe the entire environment here. This used to be one of the pivots of us coming over the hill when it was 2 lanes. My dad would always take us through to Oceano. We'd go see my grandpa, my cousins, my 100 cousins. And that's just one side of the family. But my point being is, this is the same situation we have in Paso Robles, except in Paso Robles, when I ran for city council, I was all good with building because we have land. You guys are falling into the same trap that Morro Bay and all the other little tiny cities are actually suing the state for being forced into density projects. So I say this, that this is a case of just because you can doesn't mean you should. I came out of Paso Robles tonight to say that. I have never seen Grover Beach look so horrible. I'm 50-something years old. I have been driving here since a kid, well, my dad. Please stop. Please, it is ugly. I love Oceano. My family's from here. I was the only one raised in San Jose. My uncle Mike Messina, he trained all the fire life safety here for years. I'm saying, please stop. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Remember that sentence out of everything. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Their Seaside, I think, is suing the state. You guys can only build up. That's the problem. You don't have the land. But, you know, you got a new city attorney. I do watch your guys' meetings, believe it or not. I saw the meetings where, you know, you guys were looking for a new attorney. I hope that this attorney is stronger than our BBK attorneys and fights for the citizens and to keep this a beach community. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. George. Okay, I do not have any other speaker slips. Is there anybody else who wishes to come up during general public comment? Yes, go ahead. Oh, Ms. Jordan's going to go up.
Pamela Storton, Grover Beach. I've been a little bit frustrated by the unilateral reading of the decorum and stopping people from clapping. When you guys have something up here, people clap. When we salute the flag, people clap. People can be offended maybe by what you're giving out or even the flag. But the point is, you get to pick and choose when clapping happens, because you guys could stand up there and do jazz hands. It's not fair. And when we're talking on decorum and decency and dignity and politeness and orderliness, these are all those things that's happening right now or not happening. There is not decency and respect for these people in the community. There's not dignity when we email you guys or text you or make an appointment with you and you say, I'll be there, and then you send us an email and say, sorry, we can't meet with you. That's not decent, and that's not dignified. Politeness, same thing. You guys say something at times and do something else. You promise documents, they don't come. It's polite to get your public records requests on time. That's decent. That's dignity. That's not devaluing your citizens when they ask you for something or stand up and speak. You do it all the time. It's getting worse. Orderliness. How are we going to have orderliness on Grand Avenue when we have no parking? When somebody gets hit by a train because things are backed up, or you can't cross the highway? Please, decorum, orderliness, kindness, dignity. They run both ways, not just because you put it on a page in a unilateral document that you get to make up and we don't sign. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Excuse me. I appreciate the comments, but I would like to still continue with the orderliness in here. Thank you. Okay, anybody else wish to come up? Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Kurt Cabral. My wife and I have lived here since 2007. We live on Brighton between 2nd and 3rd Street. And I wrote you a letter, Mayor, back in August, and I sent it by mail, August 10th, and I never heard back from you. August 11th.
Okay.
And, which is okay, because I figured, you know, I'll give someone the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they didn't get the letter. But I do have another one here. And it's simply about, twice in the last 2 months, I've been honked at while in the crosswalk going across 4th Street. All this building and everything, you're putting like, we're putting like 200 cars on that street. There's only a couple ways into Grover Beach. One is 4th Street. And so what I was asking is that, take into consideration, there's one crosswalk that does have some lights and a sign or something. I think everyone does. Every one of those crosswalks on 4th Street need that. But anyway, would you like this letter?
Yes, if you could give it to Ms. Erickson on the end right here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for your comments. Anybody else wish to come up and speak? Okay, we have a lot. Okay, so can I start with you, Ms. Dodd, and then I don't know your name, but in the purple shirt, please. Thank you. And then you'll be next. Okay. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sylvia Dodd. I've lived in Grover Beach since 1990. I wasn't planning to speak in this portion. I have something else later on. And I've seen Grover Beach grow. And I've seen our council grow over time, and youth come in, and it's changed. Yes, it has. I've invited the change since 1990, each time. First, we started down by the railroad. That came. That happened. Parking, people. Then you built the bridge over going towards Finn's and cleared that up and made that area there look nicer. And if people aren't reading, we are a gem. And I see the city council trying to do what's right for everyone, not just one person who lives on one block and what's changed. We all have a history behind us and growth. I also attend a lot of the Board of Supervisors meetings, and it's the Robert Rules of Order. The same meetings are held the same way you're holding them here. You can do this, they keep it down. You get 3 minutes, and you stay orderly. City council members respond after we're through, or make comments on what they're not each one of us say. But I applaud you, I applaud planning. Yes, there's a lot of changes going on, but I think it's positive for what we're going to see. It's nice to see it. I'm going to be here as long as I can and enjoy it when I take my walks. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, and then I'll have you come up. And then Ms. Walter, you're going to be after this gentleman over here. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Deborah Tepper. I live in Grover Beach, and I'm sitting here listening, and I have the same concerns. The aestheticness of what's happening on Brand is awful. It just isn't what we have been as a city. And as I listen further, the parking is going to be a problem. I went to the city's business block party. What a neat thing to do. But as I looked around, packed with cars all over the place. If you're going to have activities like that, where are these people going to park and come and enjoy them? Parking is a big problem already, and it's going to be a whole lot worse. But I got to tell you, even before those structures went up, 4th Street has been a problem. It does not have a left turn signal. And I've almost been hit. I've seen people almost be hit there. And you better be on top of that if you're going to continue with the monstrosities that you're allowing to go up on Grand, because it breaks my heart to see such lack of charm and originality going into things that look like refrigerator boxes glued together. So I ask you to really consider that. You know, there's a lot of safety issues that I don't think have been thoroughly looked at. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Tupper. All right, the gentleman in the back, and then Ms. Walter. And if you want to pull up the microphone, that'd be great. Yeah, you're tall. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ken Lehman. I live at Rose Court, Grover Beach. I'm away from all the action. However, I'm concerned. At one time, our city council was talking about water. And now we're going to have these high rises with, I believe, 30, 40 units. That's 96, thank you. That's water. We're talking about pumping wells down our city for water, to save water. And the last I heard, I think it's still going on. Is that correct?
We'll answer any questions at during our communications.
I'd like to know that answer because I assume that there's some conflict with water for Pismo. So I love this city of Grover Beach. Look how beautiful that looks. It needs water. But we're going to build these high rises. What for? Is it the pocketbooks? That's all I got to say, because everything I seem to say, I never get any answers, and it always seems to go in the wind. I hope the city council can make a good decision on this 5-story building due to water and our future. Keep it simple. I love Grover Beach. I came here as a surfer. Point Sal days when the old dirt road used to be open and now it's locked up. Beautiful. It's simple, but we need water. Try to consider that on your decisions. I mean, we have to, have some income coming in, I know, to keep the city going. I understand that, but not to the extremes that we take care of this beauty that we have here. It's a beautiful place. I ride a bicycle, and 4th Street is getting pretty congested. I ride a bike all the time to Pismo Pier and back, and I write in my journal, and I will look at this ocean, and it's beautiful. I just wish it could stay like that. Just wish it could stay like that. Oh well, I'm just one person, one human, and tomorrow's Veterans Day. I lost many people in my age, lost them in Vietnam, and I think of them. I'm just a person. This is a beautiful community. Let's try to keep it that way. It'd be really nice. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Lehman. I also love Grover Beach. Totally agree. All right, Ms. Walter? Oh, you're totally fine.
I'm Linda Walter. I live at 272 Beckett Place, just a couple blocks from the ocean. I just moved to Grover Beach in July, but I have lived on the Central Coast since 1979, long before and after 1992, when the city and the voters approved the name change of what was then Grover City to Grover Beach. The vision and purpose was to create a more descriptive and ocean-oriented name, which was thought to be better to represent the community and help with tourism. Now it seems we are losing sight of this vision. With the approval and building of these 4- and 5-story buildings, we're creating a wall, or Grand Canyon, as I've heard our town being referred to. This is being done under the pretense of state-mandated housing requirements. We're only a city of 2.5 square miles and already have built or in the process of approved plans to surpass the required 169 units, 300 in fact, and we're still short 83 that would be classified as affordable housing. The majority of the units are well within or above the $1 million range, which is hardly affordable to most citizens here. These units, like the ones at the Palladium, are primarily being purchased by citizens of other areas like Bakersfield, Fresno, Visalia, et cetera, who are buying a getaway for an occasional weekend stay to escape the heat during their hot season. So much for affordable housing for our residents. Besides not lending to Grover Beach citizen ownership, this leads to disinterest in the community itself. We won't be having locals moving in with their children and pets who are here year-long and supporting our services and businesses. They can't afford the units, and who wants to live with no yard and 1,000 square feet or so for a family environment? The future businesses in these buildings will likely both be franchises manned by non-locals and the same merchandise you can shop for anywhere. I, for one, find it special to go to a small local store and get into a conversation with the person behind the counter who most of the time is the owner and tells me all about how the business passed down from their family member and they're the second or more generation. This is a sad scenario, but we can save what we have left by stopping more high-rise buildings. If not, maybe we should just change our name back to Grover City, since that's really where the mission is going at this point. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Walter. Did anybody else wish to? Okay, go ahead.
Hello, my name's Alana Reynolds. I've been in the area since '79 and in Grover Beach for about 10 years. I'm on North 8th Street. I appreciate all the comments that have been said. I appreciate the kindness that they're being said. And my request is for you guys to look at what's the benefit of everybody. That means if you've got an investor that's got money and they want to put it into our community, then have it be a benefit to the community. They can put money in their pocket. We can have a nicer community. A little bit of extra money goes to the city, and we can all benefit. It can be a win-win. Right now, as you're hearing tonight, in many cases, it's a win-lose. I was talking to people when the Grand Avenue was closed, and it was closed longer, and then, well, you're going to do some sewer repair. And then I hear about damage that was done, therefore we needed to do more repair. Yet none of that expense was going to the contractor. Well, it was old pipes, we had to replace it sometime in the next few years. We covered it all. It might have been our fault. No, it didn't break up at 9th and 12th and 13th and 16th. It broke exactly in front of where they're building with the heavy vibration of what they're doing. So that's when you're not thinking about the people. You're thinking about the contractor that just put in a lot of money into the community and a lot into his pocket. So I'd really like when you guys are making these decisions to listen to the people that are here sharing. Send the postcard out as was suggested. Because right now, it doesn't seem like you're listening to the people in the community, and I understand some beautifying. I don't appreciate, as I've mentioned before, having these blocks down the middle of the road. I used to go to 805 Sushi, I used to go to the other restaurants, the thrift shops, the restaurants down the street from the post office. I can't get there. I can't even do a U-turn, which means I have to go right and right and right and right, pollute the air, waste my time. I'm going to a different restaurant, and it might not be here. It might be in Pismo or Arroyo Grande where I can pull off the street and park. So I'd really like you to look at what you're doing overall before you're making these decisions. Ask the people for their feedback. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Excuse me. Thank you. Does anybody else wish, excuse me. Does anybody else wish to come up and speak? Go ahead.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Paul Masters. I've been a broker in this area for 22 years, and then 10 years before that in Orchid. Also a property owner, and I manage some properties for others. You know, it seems like we just get the cart ahead of the horse time in and time out in this meeting. I've got an issue with a property 844 and an 850 Seabright. Property was radically flooded 2 years ago when those torrential rains happened. And it's been come see, come saw. It's like manana. You know, you guys are, I think you made a phone call this year and then you didn't follow through with it. But if you want to make a note of that It's Cassie, right?
Mayor D, yes.
Yeah, Mayor D. Okay, Mayor D, thank you for that. Okay. That's protocol, I understand.
Yes.
So, yeah, if you could make a note of that, 850 and 844 Seabright Avenue, why is it that a property can be flooded beyond your wildest measure from a city foul up from a pave job that was proved to be irregular, and it was like torrential flooding coming and devastating this duplex, and it's all on me, and I don't have the amiss at this point. You guys are pushing enough people in this city where we are going to start getting and inspiring to get some lawsuits going, but it's a lot of money. It costs like $64,000 to fix something that you guys had to quagmire about. It's a quagmire. You do things and then you just fast forward into this, hey, we're going to build more buildings and come on down if you want to talk about it and we'll let you chew the fat a little bit, but we're going to go on our insolent ways and just take care of business and just you keep on going. And are you ignoring the people to that level? I mean, come on. This has gotten crazy. I mean, just it's almost like the Twilight Zone. I come in here, and what do? You look at me even talking right now, and you go, wah, 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 wah. Now, let's all vote yes, because we're just going through the motions here. Let's crack the whip and take care of the people instead of taking care of your highfalutin, income-generating propositions that just time in and time out prove to be horrid and atrocious for the residents. I have a tenant in a place that is working his butt off with 4 kids, and his wife works, and they're raising the 4 kids, all less than 10 years old, right over there on Seabright. He works at the school district. He can hardly make ends meet, and you're just walloping him with these radicalized water bills that are going through the roof. And where's that money supposed to come from for someone who's really trying to make it? Like my buddy Ken Lehman, he said, this is a beautiful place. Look at that picture. I mean, look at that picture. It just seems like right beneath that picture lies some major dysfunction. So let's make a note of 844 Seabright and 850 Seabright. Why don't you give me a call? You've got my phone number. It's been 18 months.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Masters. I've written that down now. Thank you so much. Okay, anybody else wish to come up and speak on general public comment? Seeing nobody come forward, is there anybody on the line? Oh, excuse me, really quick. We have one more. Okay, go on up.
Hello, everyone. My name is Delia. I'm married to Tim, and he spoke earlier. And we live on North 3rd Street. And I see, as I sit here, I see this beautiful Grover Beach, California coastal community here. And just try to envision that with a 4-story right in the middle of it. And basically, that's what I look out of my window every morning. When I look out my patio window, I love to be able to see the glistening water. To watch the whales when it was whale season, it was amazing. And now I'm pretty much blocked. And it's just very disheartening. So, and I'm also concerned about 4th Street. There's not enough stoplights. I can't cross to get past 4th Street to fit on the other side. And it's just a safety issue, I believe. How are we going to get our emergency vehicles down Grand Avenue? It's polluted with a lot of cars. There's a big safety issue there. And I hope the city council looks at everybody's ideas and try to feel what we're feeling. If you put your shoes in our place, we love this town, and that's why we're here. We moved from the valley, and this is home to us. We love the small town feel. And please, we're just asking you to hear us and to be considerate with the heights, especially the height restrictions, and not take away any more of our views. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, now we will go to the lines.
I have Brenda Auer on the line.
Hello.
Hello, Miss Auer.
Well, good evening, everyone. Brenda Auer, a resident, owner, broker of Auer Real Estate. I want to invite everyone to our grand opening on December 18th, the whole weekend. We also have a ribbon cutting. I want to say hallelujah. My prayers have been answered. It sounds like you have a full house there tonight. And Thank you, everyone that has spoken up and spoke your truth. It's time. I'm overjoyed. I have some questions, notes I've written down just by listening, not because I planned on being there to speak, obviously, but Central Coast Blue, come on, it's time. Let's talk about it in one of these meetings with everyone. Let's have questions and answers. Let's talk about why we're allowing Pismo Beach to bring their sewer water into Grover Beach. I don't want to be redundant, but I keep asking. I hear you have a sales pitch coming in December where Pismo's going to come and do one of those sales things. Please don't. Don't insult us anymore. Thank you for that. Also, I want to know why we're worried about streets in the industrial area. Drive down North 7th, North 5th Street. Yeah, just drive down. Don't. I can't afford to buy a new car because the streets will rip my car up. That's a whole nother subject. Again, I want to thank everyone in the audience. It sounds like it's a full house. Keep coming and keep talking. A couple other things. We are a low-income area. We have no industry here. Paul, thank you for all your comments. We have applications coming up for the Oversight Committee, which has been terribly neglected. I want to ask you, please, look at those people here that have come to the meetings. Consider them as applicants. Don't appoint someone, and Jules, please don't be offended, but someone that just moved here, like Councilmember Tuggle, that does not know the history and has not bothered to talk to the people in our neighborhood to learn the history. Please take note. Please talk to the people, not just the people that are happy, but the people that are sitting in that room that have concerns. I am so amazed. I'm so grateful that God's really blessing us all. Let's see. I think that's about it. And if anybody wants to know the history, I have a lot of it. Grover Beach, because of misappropriation of money, has almost gotten bankrupt 2 to 3 times. There were marijuana bribes. We wasted $3 million on Central Coast Blue.
Thank you for your comments.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Not quite. We're still on the phone lines here. We have nobody on the line. Did you want to come up and speak one last time? Okay.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Storton. I live in Arroyo Grande. I've been to many of these meetings and never talked because I thought, well, this is your city and this is your decision. And I am blown away by all the residents who have given really good reasons why you should not be doing these high rises. And I figure if somebody from Paso Robles can talk, I can talk too. I go about the county and Santa Barbara. I like to visit the smaller towns, and I notice that the towns that are surviving and are having a lot of tourists are the towns who are unique. Number 1, Solvang. They don't let anybody do what you're doing to Grover Beach. Number 2, Santa Barbara. They have a strict code. Los Alamos hasn't allowed any big high rises in Los Alamos. It takes away your uniqueness, and the only reason you still have the ocean, but you are ruining the rest of it. People aren't going to want to come here and see buildings. They can go to Los Angeles and see these high-rise buildings. They aren't going to want to go, let me tell you, to someplace they can't park, because San Luis has pretty much destroyed that, and you're on the way. You're going to lose tourism, and tourism is huge here. Don't make the mistake that the council did when they gave the beach to the state. Don't make a bad mistake like that. That would have really helped
Grover if they would have kept the control of the beach. Don't be North Los Angeles. You want to be unique, you want to attract people, and you want to make life good for these lovely people who live here. It's amazing. I'm really impressed with the citizens of Grover Beach, and I hope you listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Okay, I will now close general public comment, and we will move on to the consent agenda. So the following routine items listed on the consent portion of the agenda are scheduled for consideration as a group. And we have, excuse me one second while I grab it. We have the minutes of the City Council meeting on Monday, October 27th. Whoopsie-daisies. The lights went out. Ms. Showers, do you mind flicking the light really quick? Thank you. Okay, so minutes of the City Council meeting on Monday, October 27th, 2025. The adoption of the City Council meeting schedule for the calendar year 2026, and the request for approval of final subdivision map for tract 3209, which is 738 Rockaway Avenue. Do we have any questions from the council? No? Well, then I will open up for public comments on the consent agenda. I do not have any speaker slips. Did anybody want to come up and speak on the consent agenda? Seeing nobody come forward, is there anybody on the line? All right, I will close public comment for the consent agenda. Council members, do you have any comments or want to pull anything? If not, may I have a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
We have a motion. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Can I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Wyrick?
Yes.
Councilmember McCory Driscoll?
Yes.
Councilmember Tuggle?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Robert?
Yes.
Mayor D.
Yes. All right, thank you so much. Now we will go on to our public hearing, and we have a couple items. We are going to start with the closeout of State Community Development Block Grant contract bunches of numbers, which you will talk about, and I will call on Community Development Director Martin and Associate Planner Reese for the PowerPoint presentation.
Good evening. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I'm Janet Reese, Associate Planner. I'm pleased to present the city's 2022 Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, closeout report for one of our contracts. We'll be outlining the expenditures and accomplishments of the funding received under this contract. The City of Grover Beach is a non-entitlement community under the CDBG program. The funds assist low and moderate income households throughout the community, and these funds are administered by Housing and Community Development, the State Department of Housing and Community Development. Since 2013 funding cycle, the city's been awarded various contracts totaling about $11.8 million for various public improvements and services. Once a contract has been expended, like the one we're about to talk about tonight, the state requires a closeout hearing be conducted before we send in the final paperwork. To officially close out a contract, the city is required to first conduct a public hearing to solicit input regarding the expenditures and accomplishments of the funding, and then submit the required documents to HCD. In April of 2022, HCD published a Notice of a Funding Availability, commonly known as a NOFA, for the 2022 CDBG funding year. Subsequently, the council authorized an application for a homeless shelter operation program administered by 5 Cities Homeless Coalition. The city was ultimately awarded $500,000 for the program, and HCD issued the contract number 22 CDBG NH15 in July of 2023. As many of you know, 5 Cities Homeless Coalition operates Cabins for Change, a non-congregate shelter program which offers shelter and case management focused on the goal of securing and maintaining permanent housing at program exit for the unhoused. Between July 2023, when HCD issued the contract, and May 2025, Just over 12,000 shelter nights were provided for 109 unique individuals. During this same period, 48 individuals secured permanent housing, 11 individuals secured temporary housing for 67% housing placement rate. In total, Five Cities Homeless Coalition utilized $467,000 in activity funds that were used to offset their operational costs. And then the balance of the $500,000 was utilized for grant administration by staff and our consultant, and fully expending the total awarded funds of $500,000. It's recommended that the council solicit citizen input regarding the expenditures and accomplishments tonight, and then direct staff to proceed with submitting the required documents for closeout to the state. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Do we have any questions from council members? I'll start to my left. No questions? To my right? No questions? Okay, I will now open the public hearing, and I do not have any speaker slips for this item, which is the closeout of the CDBG. Does anybody wish to come up and speak on this item? Seeing nobody come forward, is there anybody on the line? All right, I will now close the public hearing and bring it back to the council for any comments. If there's no other further comments, then we can make a motion. Any comments?
Cabin for Change is amazing. Thank you to the Five Cities Homeless Coalition. It's doing some amazing, effective work. So if you haven't had a chance to tour it, I would. It's inspiring.
Any other comments? To my right? To my left? Okay.
Sure. No, I'm just glad that we made decisions in the past too to support these kind of efforts too, especially since, as we know, a lot of the people who are homeless actually are from this area too.
Absolutely.
So it's one of the ways that we actually can, even though our city council and our city government in essence doesn't provide social services, it's a way to support those that actually do for those most vulnerable that need it.
That's a very good point, Councilmember Wyrick. Any other comments? All right, well then can I have a motion to close it out? Go ahead.
I'll make a motion that we close out the block grants.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second, and we're going to do a voice vote. So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, that carries. Thank you for that presentation. Now we are going to go on to item 5, the public hearing to consider potential programs and projects for inclusion in the 2025 State Community Development Block Grant application. And I will turn it back over to Associate Planner Reese.
Good evening. Before I begin, there is for this item, there is a sign-in sheet at the back with the agendas. If you are here in the audience for this item, if you could sign in for us, whether you plan on speaking or not. And then there are speaker slips, of course, as well. And then in addition to myself, we have our consultant, Paul Ashby of Adams Ashby in the audience as well. Okay. So for this item, this evening, your council will consider the 2025 Community Development Block Grant applications. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, CDBG program authorizes the use of funds to assist low and moderate income households and individuals. I touched on it briefly in the last one, but I'll go into a little bit more. This one, there are actually two types of CDBG programs. There's entitlement and non-entitlement. As I mentioned before, we are in the non-entitlement program where we competitively apply for funds when NOFAs are released. The entitlement program, most of the other cities in our area are part of the entitlement program with the urban county. And they get an allotment every year. Let's see, I did that last time. So since the 2013 funding cycle, the city has participated in the non-entitlement program, and we've received an estimated $11.8 million in grant funds, including grants for public improvements and facilities, most recently being a public facilities grant towards Phase 1 and 2 of Ramona Park, public services, which most recently for navigation center operations, and then some planning and technical studies. HCD released the 2025 notice of funding availability on September 30th, releasing or announcing about $27 million that will be available statewide for the non-entitlement jurisdictions. The city held a public input meeting on October 20th. Comments highlighted during that meeting needs for sewer upgrades, senior services, affordable childcare, and home repairs. Additional feedback was also accepted online by email, phone, and in person. Tonight provides another opportunity for the public to provide input. The council will select up to, or can select up to 3 projects, up to a maximum of $3.6 million for staff to include in an application that is due at the end of January. Award announcements are anticipated for summer or fall of next year. This year's funding cycle offers $27 million. However, the city is not eligible for $8.6 million, which is set aside for jurisdictions who have not been awarded funds since 2020, communities considered colonias, and non-federally recognized funds. So the city is competing for about $19 million. To be eligible, an activity must meet one of the 3 national objectives, must benefit low and moderate income persons, aid in the prevention or elimination of slums and blight, or meet a urgent need if applicable and identified by the state. The activity must also fall into one of the following activity categories: public improvements, which are located in and serve a residential area, acquisition, rehabilitation, or construction of a public facility used for public services but not for general city operations, acquisition or rehabilitation of a low or moderate income housing project or public improvements specifically for a low and moderate income housing project, housing program, which provides loans for home buyer assistance or owner-occupied housing rehabilitation, business assistance program, or micro-enterprise assistance programs, which provides loans to eligible business owners. And then finally, public service programs, which provides a service to eligible individuals or households. And then a planning or technical assistance activity, which is usually a study or a plan that, if that plan was implemented, would meet a national objective. For this notice of funding availability, eligible jurisdictions will be able to apply for a maximum of 3 activities with a total maximum funding of $3.6 million. The activities will be allowed in one of 3 combinations. So one project, one program, or a public service or planning activity, one project and 2 public services, or a program and 2 public services. So it can't be 2 projects, for example. Okay, then there's some, how they decide on who gets awarded is some scoring criteria. Many of the elements for the scoring at the applications remain in place from previous years, but there are some key changes this cycle that should be considered when selecting an application or an activity for submittal. The majority of points will be awarded based on the city's general characteristics and performance, such as capacity to manage the activity and grant, general census data like the low mod percentage, how many of our residents qualify as low or moderate income, and community engagement. In previous cycles, readiness points were awarded for programs and projects that were considered shovel-ready and provided a completed environmental document and bid-ready plans and that type of thing. However, this cycle, those documents are now just part of the application components that are required to submit. Additionally, points were awarded for specific types of projects in the past, and there was more focus on the documented need for why it should be ranked higher than other projects. So our water line projects were chosen in one of those for those cycles because their focus at that time was water supply. So this year, because they're not giving points for a particular type of project, regardless of what type of city project is selected, whether park or sewer, the city would earn the same number of points for either one. There's no bonus points for anything, basically. This cycle, however, did introduce 2 new criteria. One related to an area's poverty percentage, which they're calling high poverty service area, and the other is funding leverage, which they're calling as CDBG as gap funding. The poverty indicator places greater emphasis on serving areas that experience higher rates of poverty based on the most recent American Community Survey. Those communities will be awarded points when the service area for their proposed activity occurs in cities or census tracts experiencing a poverty rate of 30% or more. Based on our cursory review, it does not appear the city has any areas that meet this 30% threshold and therefore would not be eligible to earn points in this category. And then for the gap funding, the state will award leverage points to applications based on the amount of other funding a jurisdiction provides for the proposed project. As previously mentioned, we did conduct a public input meeting on October 20th at Ramona Garden Park. It was attended by a few community members. During that meeting, the attendees expressed interest in the city pursuing projects and programs to support sewer infrastructure, increase services for seniors, more access to and affordable childcare and home repair programs. Five Cities Homeless Coalition was also in attendance and expressed interest in an application to support the existing emergency shelter operations and or a subsistence payment program. So the first project I'll give a brief overview for is the Ramona Garden Park Rehabilitation Project. This would be for Phase 3. Phase 1 and 2, as all of you know, are under construction, funded by 2023 CDBG funds. That includes the playground area and amphitheater. Phase 3 includes the park entry and main plaza and the Veterans Memorial Plaza along Ramona Avenue. It's the area outlined in blue on this diagram. The estimated cost of the project is approximately $2.3 million, including labor compliance and general administration. The second city project that we've identified is this sewer main replacement project, which involves upsizing portions of some sewer mains throughout the city to address deficiencies for flows. The estimated cost of the project, as shown, is approximately $3.3 million, also including labor compliance and general administration services. Five Cities Homeless Coalition is proposing 2 programs, or requesting 2 programs. For both, their staff will oversee the grant requirements, such as client intake and program qualification, case management support, and development of housing stability plans for their clients. First is their non-congregate shelter navigation center program. It would be for both Cabins for Change and Ballet Co. They are seeking operating funds to operate the shelter, food and supportive services for their clients at these 2 sites. Their second program is the Subsistence Payment Assistance Program. This program provides payments for Grover Beach residents who are low or moderate income and who are at risk of homelessness if they're unable to pay their rent. And it will also cover utility payments in the event that they can't pay their utility bill, and then the utilities would be cut off, that type of thing. So this program would pay for both rent and utilities. The funding is one-time or short-term emergency payments. The program does not allow payments for more than 90 days for a client. Tonight's public hearing provides the council the opportunity to solicit additional public input, review the funding request, and select up to 3 eligible activities with a total funding not to exceed $3.6 million, and then recommend staff to prepare an application with all the required documents for the selected activities. As part of the public hearing, additional programs or projects not included in the staff report may be considered, including those that may be suggested during tonight's public hearing. At a future council meeting, staff would return with the resolution that would authorize the submittal of the application with the council's selected activities and at their funding levels. Staff recommends the council select 1 capital project and 2 public service activities from 5 Cities Homeless Coalition. The state will award leverage points to applications if a jurisdiction provides funds for projects, and the city does have approximately $400,000 available in the wastewater development impact fee fund that could be allocated toward the sewer project as project matching funds. Points for leverage are awarded on a sliding scale based on the amount of leverage versus the total cost of the project. Based on the $400,000, the city would receive 5 out of 25 points as the leverage represents 11% of the project. And then again, in addition to the capital project, this staff recommends including both public service activities from 5 Cities Homeless Coalition, requesting the maximum $300,000 in CDBG funding to support subsistence assistance and the operational services at Bel Co and Cabins for Change shelters. And that can conclude staff's presentation.
Thank you.
5 Cities Homeless Coalition is also in the audience to answer any questions you may have of their application request.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I will now go to council members for any questions that we have. To my right, Councilmember Tuggle.
Yeah, you mentioned the 5 points for leverage on the sewer project. Would we get any points for the park leverage, or would we just be 0 out of 25 for that?
It would be 0.
Okay. And I know that we don't qualify as low income at the 30% threshold. What is our poverty rate in the city? Do we know? As a percentage, anybody? I don't know who am I looking at?
Community Development Director Megan Martin. I don't have those numbers.
Okay.
I want to say it was in the maybe close to 20%.
My memory was 18, but I'm not.
18 something.
Okay.
I don't remember the number.
Okay. That's just for questions, yes?
Yes, just for questions. No questions? Okay. Questions to my left?
I have a question about when we were closing out the previous CDBG grant, you mentioned fees that were paid out of the total allotment. Can you tell me where those fees would come out of this when we go down the road and we say how much we spent and how much went to fees and how much went to the project? Because I noticed we're doing the full 3.6. So it was in your previous presentation for the closeout.
Yeah, I'm looking for the numbers.
Megan, do you know what I'm talking about? Okay.
Yeah, it's the general.
I do. She's
Right.
getting it from the previous presentation slide.
Okay. And I'm just wondering if those fees are built into these numbers as well?
Yes.
Okay. You don't need to give me the exact number. I just needed to know if the fees were being included.
Yeah, these include the general administration.
Okay. And then do they come out of the project plan, or do they come out of the public project and the public service plans? Do each pay their fair share?
Each activity.
Thank you very much.
Questions?
Sure. And the first one, so basically you're saying from this slide on the recommendations that that in addition to the 2 activities that the 5 Cities Homeless Coalition submitted, that you can't do 2 projects, it's one or the other, correct?
Correct.
And this is just more for people just to be aware of, is because of the nature of how we compete for these funds too, we're not guaranteed if we apply to get them, kind of like the last round, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And for the, since there's only two of us on the council last year, when it came to the consensus of all five, that the next application be a wastewater sewer project, for Ramon Garden Park Phase 3 coming up here too, is staff just bringing it up just to provide us different options, or, because obviously option B is basically what the previous council's direction is, so I just wasn't sure why that's up there.
Yeah, so in the previous application period, we were not successful in receiving the grant award for Phase 3. So we were providing this as an alternative to the council. If you wanted to, with that knowledge, submit for an application again, seeing as how both projects would leverage the same points.
Gotcha. And so if we applied for, an option B, for instance, the full amount, because of the limitations of the total amount that the state has to, it's possible that for the sewer main replacement project, that it could be less than the full amount awarded. Is that correct? Or is it all or kind of all or nothing at that point?
Like, would the state grant us a smaller amount?
Mm-hmm.
I believe it is all or nothing.
Okay. And with that too, because when we adopted our budget earlier this year in our capital improvement program, at that time for CIP 5010, which is what an option B, that project is, at that time it just had for its description, it wasn't fully fleshed out yet, that fiscal year 2025 includes North 9th Street in Atlantic City to Ritchie Road and North 12th Street and portions of Mentone Avenue. And it mentioned at that time, because this wasn't consideration on this part, is that'd be fiscal year 2028 projected for completion. So if this did get funded, obviously the timelines of when that's awarded isn't up to the city to decide to. It's up to the administrating state agency. But if the awards were funded, so instead of the fiscal year 2028 being completed for the project, would it be likely the previous fiscal year? I'm not sure how that gets administered if we're awarded these funds.
I can speak to that point, council member. Good evening to you all. So the timing is once the application is submitted in January, we anticipate a summer-fall awarding date. Those dates have historically slipped from the state, so it could very likely be fall-winter of 2026. But let's say it is fall 2026, and we are awarded funds for that sewer project. We would anticipate the construction starting in the first quarter of 2027. So yes, that would be accelerating that project by about one fiscal year. Right now, it's anticipated to start fiscal year 27, 28. So it could start fiscal year 26, 27 if the funds were awarded for that project.
Okay. And for any of this work too, does it enable or accelerate any potential Measure K14 residential street work too? Because obviously that was always the idea of underground.
And I guess to your earlier question, we've the project as designed reflects what that project would be in fiscal year 28. And we look at the streets, most of the streets have been repaired in some way over the last 10 years, mostly through a grind and overlay, a very light maintenance treatment. Atlantic City, South 4th Street. It hasn't been a full depth rehab that we do for most of the Measure K14 streets. That was done at a time where we didn't have money to fund underground utility improvements. And so the council at that time prioritized doing street repairs sooner, realizing we'd have to go in afterwards and do this work if and when the funding was available. So that's the reality of this. This wouldn't really affect K14 schedule with this project.
Gotcha. And as far as the finality of the map, when you go back to the map showing the proposal for 5010, is since portions of those two are the major roads, not the residential streets area, if our council wanted to direct just to only do work within this kind of project realm for residential streets, is that possible given the timeline of when the submission would have to be done for this? Or, because like I said, there's only a couple little small parts there too, like the South 4th Street part, but I'm not sure as far as within the practical side of doing a project.
Yeah, just for clarification, the only major street listed here is South 4th Street. The rest of these are residential streets. They may be collector streets within a residential neighborhood, but they're all residential aside from that one section of South 4th Street. The South 4th Street project is key given kind of overall activity that we're seeing in the city, and I think that's one that staff, and I might invite Mr. Ray to speak more to this, believes is part of the next iteration of our sewer project. And it's important for the overall system to have that section be included.
And if he could actually describe further the need for that part, since this is since, previously in the past when this has come up, it was in the abbreviated part, now we're seeing this full map this time.
Good evening, Council. Is this working? Greg Ray, Public Works Director, City Engineer. The project is laid out in order, in the order that's anticipated in the capital improvement program. And we've done a little bit of juggling because of changes in funding and some of the work being done with the West Grand project. But basically, that segment on South 4th is very critical because that's one of the highest volumes of sewage we have in the collection system. So we need to pick up that piece of South 4th, almost more important than the rest of the project. So.
Okay, I was just asking that because in our capital improvement program, where the description didn't mention that explicitly before, it mentioned other parts, so that's why I wasn't sure how this entered into that part. But basically, for the entire city system-wide functioning, you're saying that that's a larger piece, and that's why it's included. Is that correct?
It is. It's a very critical part of the system to have done ahead of time, or to get done at this time if we can. So.
Oh, thank you. And I guess the only other kind of questions I have too, just at this point, is if our council did go with, for instance, option B, as far as getting the application ready, maybe that was me. Is for getting the application ready for that kind of project too, is it pretty well developed too, or is it just going to take a little time? I know that there's, what was it, January 30th was the deadline, so, but I also know when it comes to these projects, when they get submitted to the state agency, it's kind of the sooner the better, especially if they have new ideas of changing little aspects.
Public Works staff and planning staff are coordinating on the application and intend to submit prior to the deadline.
Perfect. Thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Was there one more question here?
When you mentioned you might get funded for one or none, would there be a likelihood that we might get funded for 5 cities and not our project? Is that still an option?
Yes. So each activity is actually a separate application.
Okay. And then vice versa, the same would be true. So we might get funded for 1 or 2 or all 3?
Yes.
Okay. Thank
you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I had one question I forgot to ask, and maybe better for the consultant. I'm just wondering, because we already have a funding source for the sewer project, in regards to what we've already done up here as a council, does that make us more or less competitive? I know we're talking about leveraging the 400,000, but how does the fact that we already have a plan to pay for this project?
Yeah, I did invite Mr. Ashby up to the dais to speak to that, but I also wanted to circle back on your first question. It looks like our poverty level rate is about 12.7% based on most recent data in 2024.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members
Hello.
of the council. Paul Ashby, Adams Ashby Group. Nice to see some of you again and some new faces. To the council member's question, CDBG regulations say that you cannot supplant other federally, state, or local money that has already been passed and adopted. And when you have something that's in a CIP that's kind of future leverage funds, typically in the past we've never seen that count as, say, supplanting money. So if the city had passed a budget this year or your Measure K that you speak about, let's say it was for sewer and you'd already passed this and you had monies in the coffers and passed this budget, and then you were going to take that money and use it and not use CDBG funds, then we would have an issue. So we're treating the leveraged funds that you've put towards it. I believe there was a few $100,000, $400,000 as leverage, since that's the money that we would be committing towards the project at this time that we actually could commit.
Okay, so I'm not 100% following. So we've already voted to pass a bond to pay for the sewer project. Yeah. Okay. But that hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, just actually, let me. I
Yeah,
can still speak
clarify.
more to that.
I'm a little bit over my head. Go.
So the council in June adopted a rate structure, a 5-year rate structure that provides sufficient funding over a 5-year period to fund the CIP. And that is a future plan that includes future projects such as this. But the council has not approved a bond financing to specifically fund that project. That's not coming forward at our current plan until a year and a half out from now. So building on Mr. Ashby's comments, we could not apply for these funds and use them on the sewer project that we just embarked on and are starting construction this month, because that money's already been adopted, approved, allocated, but we have a plan in the future, and so this project, if awarded, would offset future dollars that we'd be spending on that future project.
So timing matters.
Yes.
Okay, got it. That clarifies it. Thank you so much. Yep.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem? Any questions? Okay, nope, no questions? Okay.
And maybe this will help that part too. So last year when the council was looking at the sewer project related to these kind of funds that was the CIP 5001, is that correct? And that's the one that is being funded through those other means versus this one, correct?
The current project, that's correct.
Yeah. So that's why that project that was brought up last year isn't eligible for this year because it's already being funded through that way. It's just to wrap that part up. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay. Yes. Oh, okay. Well, is the air conditioning working? That's a question that we had from our council. Can we have somebody look at the thermostat, please? Thank you. Okay. All right. Okay, so now we will move on. If there's no other questions from council, we will now open the public hearing. And I do have one speaker slip, Anita Shower. You may come up and speak. Just one? Just one?
Good evening. I am Anita Shower, living in Grover Beach. Before I start, I need clarification. At this time, is it possible for another entity to come in and make application to do this, to be part of this vetting opportunity to receive funds this way? Or is it all sewed up now with the Five Cities Homeless Coalition and anybody else? If it's not, and I can make a presentation, I would like for all of you to consider the Exploration Discovery Center at 867 Ramona Avenue. We've heard from hundreds of people within the last, how many days, 10 days, voicing concern that the staff and board of directors cannot possibly change the landscape of Grover Beach by closing the center. So we embarked upon a GoFundMe account, and we were able to bring in $14,000 within 10 days, and other checks are just coming in the front door all by themselves, with two little legs supporting them, and we're now, I believe, over $20,000. Now, this is going to carry us to the end of the year and into 2026. But what I want you to realize is that we have 99 children a day coming in there. What you see when you go by is the old fire station, which used to be the Exploration Station and now is the Exploration Discovery Center. And we have beautiful drawings from Cal Poly putting on a second floor for us, just with their drawings to show us what can be done. And could we use that? Absolutely. So I'm going to ask Deborah Ugalde, who's the executive director, along with the board and the 2 paid staff, that's all we have, and the 6 volunteers to sit down and figure out how we may write and submit the Exploration Discovery Center for funds from the city. You know, it is our center. It is for the children who live here, even though San Luis Obispo County children and Santa Barbara County children come into that center. But it belongs to Grover Beach, and we should really support it. I would love to see that. It's an important community building. It cares for the children and grandchildren of this area. And, you know, it was the volunteer fire station. It does have a wonderful history, and we're looking for money. So if the city of Grover Beach has a vehicle where we can raise our hand and say, please give us $150,000 or $200,000 so that we may entice other people to do the same thing, and we can put the second story on there. And then while you're doing that, ladies and gentlemen, please buy a membership, and it will embrace the future for these children. That's for them to explore, discover, and it will open the doors to the center every day of the week. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Shower. Anybody else wish to come up and speak?
Hi, Pamela Storch in Grover Beach. Here, Anita. I love that idea. That's great. And with all due respect to the Five Cities Homeless Coalition, I'd like to know how many other cities put their money into the center. And since these are CDBG funds in Grover Beach, can Arroyo Grande put funds, CDBG funds into Grover Beach for those? Can Pismo do it? Because it does seem like Grover picks up a lot of, I haven't been to all the other meetings, I've been to a few, but I'd like to see how, since we're talking about Grover Beach and you have the Grover Beach citizens here, how do we get the other cities to participate, or do they on an equal dollar level? Can Arroyo Grande use their funds to help fund the 5 cities? So maybe Janet could answer some of those questions, because I know when I sit here at Grover Beach meetings, it's continually the 5 Cities Homeless Coalition, and I have volunteered there in the past, so I do understand it's a need. But how do we spread these funds? And I know that a lot of what happens in the homeless side is for county-wide and city-wide, and Grover Beach takes on a big, big chunk of that. So how do we find a way to support that, but also support very direct Grover Beach items that the residents in Grover Beach are concerned about, and get the other cities and municipalities to play an equal, at least an equal part, because Grover Beach has taken on the physical aspects of many of this, and I don't know how much that gets accounted for in the overall picture. So I love Anita's idea. I support the 5 Cities Homeless Coalition, but I would really like to know the numbers on how much comes in from other communities, because that south part of Grover, excuse my language, but gets a lot of stuff happening in that area, and some of those residents really, really want to see, many, many positive things happening. And some of them feel like, if you take something and you put it doesn't get, some of this stuff doesn't get put into other areas like North Grover, and some of the things that are a little bit more controversial and have some, some things attached, such as some of the marijuana things. That, and now Central Coast Blue may be going into that neighborhood too. So I think it's fair to the people to see where the funds come in, where they go to, and what percentage that Grover Beach takes on overall before you make the decision. I do love the Discovery Center idea. Thanks, Anita.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Thornton. Anybody else wish to come up and speak on this item? Seeing nobody come forward, go ahead.
Hi, Kelvin from Grover Beach again. I support that Discovery Center, but one reason I hear is that people can't afford to go there anymore, or less. And I grew up in Santa Barbara. My elementary school no longer exists. And the reason why is the cost of living is so high that people moved away from Santa Barbara. When I say people moved away, it's the young families moved away. And so it's, the big picture is, unless we have housing that supports families, we may be losing schools, not just community centers that help young people. So, if we keep building 600 square foot condos, that's not going to support families. It barely supports a single person and their dog. So it's just trying to look at the big picture. I think we have to be careful where we go forward, and this could just be the beginning, because you might see schools closing, because you won't have the enrollment. I've been to that dance before. Okay, that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else wish to come up and speak on this item? Seeing nobody come forward, is there anybody on the line?
Yes, we have Brenda Auer.
Okay. Hello, Miss Auer.
I am back again.
Hello.
I want to thank Janet and Megan. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hello.
Ms.
Thank
Auer.
you, Janet and Megan, for such a good presentation. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Kathy. Beautiful. I want to address the public input. I was at the October 20th meeting, and there was 3 people there. One was the representative from 5 cities. The other one was myself and Lauren Westfall. And unfortunately, the week before, we had a council meeting, and the workshop wasn't even announced. What was so good about the workshop, even though nobody was there but us, was we got to actually ask questions in a real nice forum and got them answered. And I'm really pleased the council addressed some of those. But there is no community input. Just want to say, you can't count that as any kind of transparency or letting people know what's going on. I also want to say thank you, Anita. I don't think you were reached out to about any grants for the exploration station. And maybe with grants, Calvin's comment about it being unaffordable might be attainable. Maybe the cost could be zero, and more community members could enjoy it. I want you to really think about, please, all of you, drive up North 5th and North 7th this week. Please, I ask you again, because it's kind of a song and dance. The last grant, we decided to take a perfectly good park and use the money to rip it up instead of paying for sewer. Now it's too late because we've increased the sewer rates. Think about what the activities you are really doing, and think about what's really going on. Is it just, a cover-up to help with the sewer for Central Coast Blue to come in? What's really the mission here? Are we bowing down to Pismo? Are we going to stand up and do something for the people of Grover Beach? Please consider that. I don't mean to be a negative nanny, but I really feel Ramona Park as a money pit, and we can't afford it anymore. We couldn't afford it in the beginning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Sauer. Is there any, excuse me, everybody. Is there anybody else on the line? No? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I will now close the public hearing, and we do have some questions. Okay, so first question, and if you wouldn't mind going back to the options slide, please. Yes, thank you. Okay, so is it possible for another entity to receive these funds, or are we kind of locked in on this? Or is there room for us to discuss?
There's room to discuss. Just the categories it's like a project and then either one or two. It would be more like, hold on, this one. A project and one or two public services, but not two projects.
Okay, and as maybe another entity that would want to come forward, do they have to have a ready plan for you in order for us to even consider that?
No, and I just want to clarify, so part of tonight's solicitation of additional public input is to take additional ideas and options for applications for any of the eligible activities. So Ms. Schauer was appropriate in addressing your council, making the recommendation to support the EDC. If your council is interested in pursuing that as an option, my recommendation would be that we meet with Ms. Schauer, and really define what the program or the project would be. If it's helping to support construction of a second story of the EDC, that's a project, which means it would take away funds from one of the projects that we've identified now. We also can't submit for two projects, so it would just be the one, which would be the EDC center, or it would be the sewer, or it would be the park. If it's specific for scholarships, years ago we supported the EDC with scholarships for the kids that attend, and we could help her to develop an application for a program for public services for a program. But we would need to really define that. So there's some options here, but
yes, I know. Hold on, just 1 second, really quick. Before we move forward with any of that, can I get consensus from the council first if we would like to pursue this idea for the Exploration Discovery Center? We do need a council member to recuse. However, I had another idea. Can I do my other idea really quick? I just want to get consensus. If we want to go that path, Mayor Pro Tem needs to leave. If we want another path, I was thinking, would our council be open to discussing another community giving grant program that is strictly for nonprofits? I don't know if we would be able to use that under I don't know if we'd be able to use that under CDBG, like apply for that under the CDBG, or if we would just be using our general funds. But I just wanted to get consensus from council first, and then if we do want to go that path, Mayor Pro Tem needs to leave for the.
I'm not quite certain what you're asking. So are you saying to, as one of the programs to apply for is a nonprofit grant program? And that we would then deliver?
Okay, Mr. Robinson.
And just for the council's information, what I believe the mayor is speaking of is back in 2023, we had a community grants nonprofit process that was funded by ARPA money, American Rescue Plan Act money, where the council at that time allocated $50,000 for relatively small grants to nonprofit agencies. The grant awards were usually in the $5,000 range to a variety of different agencies. It was an open process, open application process. The council reviewed, ultimately approved the applications. That was the one time we've done this. We have a policy in place so that if the council wished to reestablish such a program, you could. It's a separate process from this. And since we don't have ARPA funding at this point, it would be a general fund allocation at that particular time. Given that we haven't done our mid-year review, we don't really have a good sense of where we are going to land this year, so that may be a future council item that we could bring back to you if the council is interested. And again, it's separate from this process, and the dollar amounts are very different from what is being proposed under CDBG.
Correct. Did that clarify that?
Yeah, so you're not saying to use this money to do that.
Right, I'm saying
you're saying
if
in
we,
lieu of discussing the Children's Museum,
yes,
do a nonprofit.
Because I do
Got it.
support the EDC, and I would love to see us support it. But if we continue down this path, Mayor Pro Tem needs to leave. But we could also, in the future, have an item to discuss a community giving program. So I wanted to ask council if there was a preferred path that they would like to take.
I'd like to have a conversation about the Children's Museum.
At this meeting?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Repeat that again?
I'd like to have a conversation about the Children's Museum at this meeting. I think, I don't not like the other idea. I just think that this is where we're at. And if any public member wants to come through and share their perspective on a program that has a large base of support and a benefit to the whole, that it's worth fleshing out. And I haven't come to any conclusions about if it's the best program to fund, but I think you're getting voted off the island, sir.
Okay. Well, hold on. Are you getting voted off the island? Yes?
Yeah, they're all nodding at me. That's why I know.
All right, well then we will say goodbye to Mayor Pro Tem.
And do you want to explain why he's recused
Yes,
himself?
and okay. And the reason why Mayor Pro Tem is leaving the room is because he is a board member on the Exploration Discovery Center board. So he will go to the other room. Okay. Thank you so much for opening that door. All right. And we will come back now to further discussion. So since you were spearheading it, do you want to discuss? Yeah.
Because we didn't have a large turnout at the original meeting, I definitely think it's important to allow other entities to come forward and share. And for me, the Children's Museum's personal. I've spent 20 years in education. I have 4 children, and I was actually an education director for the Children's Museum of the Sierras in Oakhurst. And I got involved when they were going to close because of finances to build memberships and programming. So I care deeply about the subject. That being said, I too have heard that the costs are prohibitive. So one of my questions, and I'm not quite certain where I land on this, is if we consider giving money to an entity, what oversight do we have in how it's structured? Because I don't know, and I understand the costs involved, but I don't know that the programship, as I was looking at the fees after reading some stuff about it recently, I don't know that that's a sustainable model. So I just, because the price point is high for a lot. So I guess I'd be really interested to see what the proposition is and how they'd want to use the money. Because my ultimate goal would be long-term sustainability, not a Band-Aid for a year.
Mm-hmm.
So those are my thoughts.
Okay. Any comments to my left?
So I would just like to get an opinion from Janet or Megan about the EDC qualifying within this outlines of the CDBG grant and particularly HUD.
Oh, sorry.
We're going to have Paula, Mr. Ashby, answer.
you.
Under the entitlement program, when we were part of the urban county, like that's what Rio Grande and other jurisdictions are under, we did have a youth scholarship program with them, with EDC. I just found it.
Hi, good evening again, Mayor and council members. So I think what your community development director hit on is critical in defining what this actual project/program looks like, because we're talking about two different things here. If we're talking about actual improvements to a facility, it changes what qualifies versus what the public service looks like. So if we took it from a public service, let's say, which is like what Five Cities is up here for. We would have to define that probably as youth services, which is the 05D matrix code that HUD and HCD provide. With that code, you can't, we're going to get a little farther into the weeds here, but with that code, you can't claim area benefit like you can with a sewer line project. Sewer line meaning you're 52% LMI, low moderate income. So the whole city qualifies as a whole. If you're doing a public service like youth services, it's what they call LMC, which is limited clientele, meaning the persons that they actually assist would have to fill out an intake form, and then it would be a self-certification of income, basically. And so in the past, in 2012 or 13, I believe, when they did this, the easiest way to do that, rather than just here's a pot of money, do whatever you want with it, it was designed as a scholarship program, a waiver of fees to those that qualify for it. And so that's one way that you could do it. You had a pot of money, however much you gave per month or on a year to a family that qualified, they would have to fill out a self-certification of income to qualify, then they would actually have that intake that met that national objective, and then that fee would be waived. I hope that answers your question.
I have a follow-up question. I guess this is a technical question, though. Would the responsibility of giving those funds out, would that be on us, or would that be on the Exploration Discovery Center? Like, whose responsibility would that be?
So ultimately, the city applies for these funds, and you're always going to be the responsible entity with HCD. If HCD comes and audits you, they will come to the city, and then they also can come to the subrecipient. That's what we call folks that you give the money to. So it's a trickle down. So the city executes a contract with the state, and then in turn you execute a contract with the nonprofit, the subrecipient. They're responsible for managing those funds, and the city is overseeing that.
Yes,
CDBG
okay.
is always a reimbursement program. So as any nonprofit does, they would put the money out first and front the money and fund it, and then they would actually submit that funds request to the city, and the city then, I'm just giving you a typical process, would review that backup documentation to ensure everything's in place, and then the city reimburses that nonprofit, and the city then draws it down from the state. They request the reimbursement.
So just to be super clear, I think I hear you, but I want to make sure. If the Children's Museum wanted to go after, to put in an application, it would be, they would first have to ensure they have the staff to administer, and then they would also have to screen applicants for any money. Like, they couldn't just hand it out. They couldn't lower the price overall. It has to go specifically to families who meet the criteria financially.
Correct. So that number is 80% or below the county median income, and that's on a sliding scale depending on the household size.
And what kind of criteria, like, I know sometimes we just use for some programs, if your kid qualifies for school lunch, then that's easy, you can do it? Would that
Yeah, that's
model
correct.
work?
So it's either a self-certification. Typically, if you qualify for the federal free lunch program, then that's going to be below that line. But a self-certification, because we're talking about not giving anybody a substantial monetary value, let's call it. Where you're not paying somebody's rent for $2,000, where we would actually request income backup. This is probably more in the neighborhood, I'm just guessing, but in the neighborhood more of $100, let's say, for a scholarship. Then it's typically done on a self-cert, or we possibly could work with the school district to actually get some sort of list that has students that they can actually cross-reference to see if they're already underneath that.
Most schools, I think, do full federal full funding for lunches, which has made that a little bit more complicated.
Yeah,
but
I think everybody gets
free
yes,
lunches now.
so.
Yeah, including my kid who eats 3.
Okay. Questions to my left?
You mentioned something else. You said that EDC would have to pay up front and be reimbursed. Is that correct? Did I understand that?
That's
so
correct.
if they applied for $10,000 or $70,000, they would have to have that money up front, be willing to spend it up front, and then be reimbursed for it?
So
Is that correct?
So the total amount that they request, they wouldn't necessarily have to have on hand. They
Okay.
can request that reimbursement from the city. The city can request reimbursements from the state however often they'd like to. Typically, it's done on a monthly basis.
Okay.
So the idea would be that there was financial stability to at least be able to float that money for
the first 30 days.
X amount of days or months, whatever that decision is, not necessarily the entire pot of money.
Okay, because you had me scared for a minute. That's much better. Thank you.
Yeah, and my question, this isn't about the value of the Exploration Discovery Center. I mean, I made a personal donation during the last GoFundMe round. It's more about, to the point of you're saying that as far as how it fits these categories, because I heard when she was bringing it up that there's two different parts, and I wasn't quite clear from her, obviously, that's why I'm asking this, as far as there's the adding a second story to the building, and then there's the actual operational side of it. So to add a second story to it, as far as a, basically a capital, program, would that not fall under public service or planning activity, been said under project one?
That's correct. So that would fall underneath the public facility, which would take your one option of either sewer park, or it would be that, because it's a project at that point.
Yeah, and thus we can explore the option A and B that was up here earlier in that case. And then if it was an operational one, then it's more on the public service and planning activity, kind of like how the Five Cities Homeless Coalition has their part there, because it's more of that side. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And yeah, because like I said, I wasn't sure which one she was focused on, or if she just mentioned them both as options. But yeah, that's her part. So that's my questions.
Mr. Bronson?
Yeah, actually, building on Mr. Wyrick's comments, I think he hit it on the head. If the ask is regarding a construction request regarding a second story, then that is a project that would compete with a sewer project and a park project. So the council would then have three different projects to consider. If it was more of an operational support type of request, that's a different activity. That's a program. And so building on that for a moment, one option the council could consider is to provide direction on the project tonight, and then direct staff to work with the EDC between now and the next meeting on December 8th to flesh out what their request is. This is the first we're hearing of this, so we're kind of going on the fly a little bit. And having some additional information fleshed out in writing that we could provide as part of the agenda packet to the council for December 8th could then give the council further direction and further material to then make an informed decision about the program. And then we come back to you at the first meeting in January with the resolution for adoption. Because at the end of the day, you have to adopt the resolution for us to apply for the funds by the end of January. So we're tight, but we have a window between now and December 8th to flesh this out further if the council wishes to.
I like that idea.
I don't know if it's worth having Ms. Showers come back up just to make sure with these parameters, it's still something that the Children's Museum wants to explore, or Discovery Center. And I don't know that you really want to speak on behalf of the board if you want to go back, but if, after hearing those limitations, is it something that your organization is still interested in before we waste any more time on that?
I don't want to waste anybody's time.
Yeah. So I just want to make sure, because it wasn't exactly what I had in mind when you were talking.
Anita Shower,
Units,
Grover Beach, California. The best thing at this point is to have Deborah Ugalde meet with the city, because she's the executive director, and find out from someone who's there every day. I'm there every week, but she's there every day. What is the most important thing she's looking at right now? Is it working in the office, the feasibility of keeping that all going, or is she really looking into adding that second story so that we have more room? She's the person to ask. She knows all about the money. She knows how many children are there every day. She keeps the dynamics on everything. She knows about all the volunteers. She has 100 volunteers of her own that come in and do what we need having done. And then, of course, she has 2 paid staff. So she is the person to talk to. I'm on the board, but I'm not the executive director.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be great if the city would work with Deborah and just tell, are we in this circle? If we do this, are we in this circle? If we do this, is it this circle? And then we figure out which of those 3 circles we're going to bring back to the city in December.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you're still interested with
Absolutely.
with the limits that existed that I did not understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Any other comments? Because I saw a lot of nods for that recommendation of working with the direction of having staff work with the EDC and Ms. Ugaldi to flesh some more things out, because I also know that Five Cities Homeless Coalition is applying for 2 separate programs, and I apologize for not bringing you up, Ms. Nichols, if you wanted to come up and speak on your programs and what you're looking for there.
Thank you, Council. Jana Nichols, Five Cities Homeless Coalition. This is a very difficult conversation in many regards because they're potentially competing community activities. So I'm only going to address the activities that we have presented and not give you the job. I'll let you have the job of deciding what makes most sense. In the past, Five Cities Homeless Coalition has had a subsistence payments program for Grover Beach residents to assist them with rental assistance and utilities. In the last round, we were prohibited from applying for more than one activity, and so we were forced to make a choice between supporting our shelter program with an application or supporting subsistence payments. And we have very effectively utilized the shelter funds, but we have not been able to provide subsistence payments to the citizens of Grover Beach. And this is relevant because as a non-entitlement community, you do not participate in the urban county of the entitlement communities. So the cities of Pismo Beach, the cities of Aurora Grande, and the county have dedicated their public service funds, a portion of them, to Five Cities Homeless Coalition to serve those citizens with rental assistance to prevent homelessness. We are prohibited from using those funds in the city of Grover Beach. And so we have a limitation of how many citizens of Grover Beach we can help with homeless assistance funds, and it's usually non-federally sourced funds that we're working with. So just in terms of the matrix of funding, we are not able to serve the citizens of Grover Beach to the extent we want to with rental assistance payments. Particularly now, we are seeing an uptick in homeless prevention activities and requests. I mean, it's just happening across the board. So I want you to be clear that the ability to have 2 activities for public services as an application is key for us, and we seek to do that. To answer some of the public comments earlier, yes, in addition to the CDBG funds, the City of Pismo Beach also pulls funds from their general fund to support both our shelter operations as well as our housing programs, both homeless prevention and rapid rehousing. The City of Aurora Grande as well, and in addition to that, hosts our warming center in the City of Aurora Grande. So for the question of whether other cities are participating with this, I will say yes, most definitely. We have a strong partnership at all 3. With regard to our shelter program, we have a prioritization of serving those who are most vulnerable. That includes those who are elderly, disabled, veterans, youth, and single women. In addition to that, we have a priority for serving people from South County, and in particular, because of the location of our shelters, we have an interest in serving those coming from the city of Grover Beach. So we do have a higher percentage of our shelter participants who are from the city of Grover Beach than any other city here in the county, although it's a county-wide program. And I will lastly mention we have 50 cabins now in the 2 sites, and our waiting list is over 600. So with that, I'll close and answer any other questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols, and thank you for answering that question as well. Do we have any questions for Ms. Nichols? No? Okay.
I understand. Because of the different way that our city applies for CDBG money, the other cities get a set amount as a percentage of what's allocated, and they have a percentage of that dedicated to housing assistance or to rental assistance.
We go through an application process similarly, but of that allocation, so much goes, but it cannot be used in the city of Grover Beach.
Gotcha. So what source do we have for the rental support? That's one of the statistically one of the most effective programs we have is keeping housed people housed. It cost
So
per
we
dollar is
have,
the best.
we have
but-
the option of general funds from the county, which currently are allocated at 15% of what they were in 22-23. And we have the option of state funding through the HAP program, but currently those funds are dedicated to our shelter program, and our homeless prevention program is not prioritized in that pool currently.
So do we have any funding source for rental assistance in the city of Grover right now?
We have county general
Just
funds
county general
and
fund.
private contributions.
And private, okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Nichols? No? Okay. For Ms. Nichols?
Yes.
Okay.
So will CalAIM, are any of those programs going to roll out with that? I heard there's a new one in January that might.
So CalAIM, benefit of those who are on Medi-Cal, does provide housing navigation assistance. However, effective November 1st, last month's rent is no longer an option for us in terms of moving people in. And what you're referring to is a new waiver, a new program for transitional rent. That transitional rent is targeted to people who have severe mental illness, and it will be a minuscule amount of people compared to need. It will. It will not. It does not.
Okay.
The shift isn't. It isn't.
It's
good.
not there. All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for Ms.? Okay. All right. Thank you. Seeing the time, we have another very important item to get through tonight as well. So I would like to get some consensus from the council, or to direct staff to speak with the Exploration Discovery Center and Five Cities Homeless Coalition. At what? Go ahead.
Yeah, and actually, just because if we're going to go that direction,
Yeah.
since over the weekend, I got an email letter and stuff from the general manager of Shower the People, which has Operation Grover Beach, to inquiring about this part of funds, because there's not the nonprofits, even though the amounts they're looking for probably don't fit within this by the end of the day too, because they're a smaller amount too. You know, if we do extend this to, I just want us to extend the courtesy of having our staff talk to them too, even though the way they identify their funding, it doesn't seem like it's at a threshold that would probably be considered for this, but just as a courtesy for them since they did reach out.
Okay, I think based off of the correspondence that we received, they were asking for a much smaller amount. So I don't know if this would qualify under our CDBG.
I mean, well, and I think it's just the courtesy of giving them a conversation with staff, you know, just because if we're extending this beyond what's been on our item, that's all I'm saying. It doesn't mean that we're making any decisions on anything related to the public service or planning activities, but just that courtesy.
Okay, do we have concurrence on that?
I want to just qualify, as long as it is only for one of the public service or programs, not the project.
Correct, yes. Yeah, I think that from the dais here, we are supportive of a project, and then two different activities. But we don't have to discuss the sewer Ramona project right now. We'll discuss it at our next meeting.
Staff was
I
asking
guess
us
just
to.
two options for the council. Option one is the council could decide on a project tonight, the sewer project or the park project, and direct staff to work with the Exploration Discovery Center on fleshing out an operational funding request, as well as Shower the People if the council wish to do that. That's option one. Option two, the council could direct us to work with EDC on a project application as well as an operational application, and then make a decision on the project at the December 8th meeting. In essence, continue the whole item to the next council meeting. So those are two different options, but just knowing that then you'd have three different projects you would be reviewing for a final decision on December 8th.
So I think we need to have a conversation. Are we considering the Discovery Museum as a project, or only interested in I lean more towards the program. I think the other two are much more global in scope. Again, I would love to see a two-story building, and I could go on and on about that. But for qualifying for the CDBG money, I would assume if we're trying to build a children's museum that's not based on financial access or financial background, we aren't going to be very competitive. Plus, we're not serving the whole community.
If I may, I'll just add one point on this. In the application itself, There's quite a bit of documentations that are needed for a project that I would just like to remind everybody of. So if you are looking at a capital project, we're talking about having plans and specs ready, or architectural design,
Right.
a NEPA done, permits are in order, pretty far along. So there's a lot of legwork that would need to go into that before that project could actually be applied for. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I'd rather decide the project tonight and then for the public service and planning
Okay.
activity to move that to the next one.
Okay, I'm just
Agreed.
concerned that we're going to have a lot of discussion regarding which project to choose, and we're getting late on this meeting.
Well, we've talked about it substantially enough too. We're repeating the same presentation at the next meeting. I'd rather us finish this one off too, because it might not be as much conversation as we think.
Okay.
I would, and I agree. I think if we can just wrap up the general agreement for the public service and planning activities to come back in December, we can bring Robert back in and we can continue with the project.
Okay, well then let us do that. So does staff have direction that we would like the public service activities to come back at the next meeting?
Yes, we will do that in preparation for the December 8th meeting, and then we will hear your council's direction on which of the two projects identified the council would like to pursue.
Okay, all right. Can we bring Mayor Pro Tem back into the room, please? And thank you all so much in the audience for your patience. We know that we have to get this done, so in order to be timely. Mayor Pro Tem, come on. All right, so as he's walking back, our next discussion, which I would love for us to keep our comments brief, is basically we're picking option A or option B, the sewer project or the Ramona Garden Park project. Thank you. So option A is the Ramona Garden Park project, and option B is the sewer main replacement project. And that's what we are discussing now. Go ahead, Council.
Yeah, I mean, this shouldn't be a surprise coming from me, since I was supported doing the wastewater project in last round, is I think we should go with option B for some of the obvious reasons. One, we have our council goals for 2025 through 2027. It's one of the two priorities is wastewater infrastructure, so it's consistent with that. It also, we get bonus points and stuff too, apparently for this project too. And then since we're seeking the full amount too, we're not leaving money on the table. And naturally, it has a benefit to our entire sewer system, so that all of our residents don't have to worry about flushing the toilet and something doesn't go in right too. So that's one of the areas where I think it's a pretty straightforward one that we could go with. And also, as I noted earlier this year too, is when it came to the whole idea of wastewater rates, that if we get ahead financially on things, then if this gets funded, then we actually have a good opportunity to maybe stabilize rates and stuff for a much longer term than people are thinking, or even provide rate relief if we get ahead of things later on too, because the rates are set, but the council doesn't have to always increase them too. So I think it's one of those better opportunities overall for everything that we've been looking at, related to the affordability, related to our priorities, and related to just having a system that people do want versus, well, actually they need it. It's more of a need than a want. So I think if we go that direction, it's overall the best place for us to head.
Okay, Councilwoman McCrory Driscoll.
I agree with everything that I just heard, and I would support option B.
Okay.
I'd support option B as well.
All right, great. I absolutely agree as well. So if I could have a motion to choose option, you know what, I'll make the motion. I will move that we choose option B for the project, the sewer main replacement project, to be applied for the Community Development Block Grant. And we will be discussing the public service projects at the next meeting. Is that a good motion? Okay.
Second.
I'll second.
Oh, Councilmember Wyrick got it. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that goes. Great. Thank you so much for your patience. We are going to take a 10-minute break and then we will be back. Thank you. I know. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience. Okay, we are now going to go on to the next item, which is the appeal of the Planning Commission approval of development application number 24-54. And before we turn on to the PowerPoint presentation, I need to ask any council members if they've had any conversations with the appellant or the applicant that you would like to disclose, that you have to disclose. Any to my left? No? Any to my right? Okay, I did not have any conversations either, so I will now call on Community Development Director Martin and Senior Planner Bell for the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Megan Martin. I'm the Community Development Director. This evening for your consideration is an appeal of the Planning Commission decision of a development application for a new mixed-use project at 261 Rockaway Avenue. An appeal of a Planning Commission decision is a formal request for the City Council to review and consider the Commission's actions. The appeal process ensures that applicants, property owners, members of the public have an opportunity for additional review if they believe that the Planning Commission's review had any errors or if there are significant policy considerations that warrant your additional input and further insight. An appeal may be filed by any aggrieved person and in accordance with our development code must be filed within 10 working days following the date of the review authority's decision, in this case the Planning Commission's decision. The appeal must state pertinent facts and the basis for the appeal. For this evening, it's important for the Council to remember that an appeal is limited to the issues that are raised in the appellant's appeal application. The review is limited to the administrative record before the Council. No new evidence may be introduced unless it is deemed necessary to clarify for the record. And your decision this evening is whether you find, based on the administrative record before you, the project is consistent with the local and state policies. On September 2nd, 2025, the Planning Commission approved development application 2454. This was a request by Empire Development for a vesting tentative condominium map, use permit, and coastal development permit to construct a new 5-story mixed-use building. That building is approximately 55 feet tall. This is a 5-story structure. The ground floor would include all off-street parking. It's 23 spaces. There's a residential component. It includes 20 fractional density residential units, and 2 of those, or 10% of the development, is deed restricted to very low-income units. There is 1 commercial unit. It is approximately 900 square feet. This is considered a density bonus project and subject to the state density bonus program. Because it applied to deed restricted very low income units, it was awarded a 46.25% density bonus in the number of units that would otherwise be allowed. Through the density bonus program, the applicant and the project itself can request a waiver from any development standards associated with the city's development code. And they requested a waiver of the building transparency standards in accordance with section 424050. That's regarding the ground floor transparency requirements. The site is located, as I mentioned, at 261 Rockaway. It's within the coastal visitor serving zone in the coastal zone. It is surrounded on all sides by urban uses, including a public parking lot to the east, commercial mixed use to the north, residential to the west, and commercial industrial to the south. Access to the site is either via Rockaway Avenue or the driveway connecting West Grand Avenue to the site. This is informally recognized as 2nd Street. Project design before you, again, 5 stories. The ground floor shows some stone accents. It utilized some different wood and natural materials and coloring. Each of the individual units will maintain a balcony, private balcony. And as mentioned, from the ground floor, there will be access to the 2nd floor to the commercial space. Following the Commission decision, a timely appeal was filed by the appellants, Debbie Peterson and Jose Navarro, on September 15th, 2025. The appellants were present at the Planning Commission hearing and both provided testimony during public comment. The appeal contends that the Planning Commission decision, included in your packet as PC Resolution 25-09, failed to demonstrate conformance or compliance with local, state, and federal requirements.
The appellant outlined 5 appeal issue areas and contends the commission failed to demonstrate conformance or compliance with local, state, and federal requirements as mentioned. For the first appeal issue, the appellants contend that the project is inconsistent with the California Coastal Act and the local coastal and the city's certified local coastal program. The subject site is located east of Highway 1 and the Union Pacific Railroad. It's outside the area between the First Public Road and the sea and is not subject to the public access provisions of the Coastal Act. There are no coastal resources, environmentally sensitive habitat areas, also commonly referred to as ESHA, or mapped visual resource corridors present on, adjacent, or abutting to the site. The project was not found to adversely alter identified public view corridors or detract from the visual character of the area. The project will not block or impede any existing protected public coastal views, public access ways, or recreational areas. City staff did also consult with Coastal Commission staff, and no concerns or inconsistencies with the Coastal Act or our LCP were identified. The Commission determined that the project is consistent. The Planning Commission determined that the project is consistent with the city's certified LCP and made the required findings under Development Code Section 620040, subsection H. Appeal Issue 2, the appellants contend the project's inconsistent with the city's general plan, development code, West Grand Avenue Master Plan, and the 2004 Visioning Project. The 2004 Visioning Project was conceptual in its guidance for future planning efforts along West Grand Avenue. It's important for your council to understand that that document is not regulatory. It did define the community's priorities at that time, but as most planning documents over time and in response to both state housing law and the market conditions, the city refined its long-range plans through adoption of the West Grand Avenue Master Plan, the 6th Cycle Housing Element Update, the 2022 Development Code Update, and our recent Land Use Element Update, which all together establish the enforceable policies and standards that govern current development in our city. The Planning Commission found that the project complies with the General Plan, Development Code, and West Grand Avenue Master Plan. It promotes compact infill development, mixed-use activity, and new housing residential opportunities. The project complies with the West Grand Avenue Master Plan and Development Code standards applicable to the coastal visitor serving zone. No substantial evidence has been presented demonstrating inconsistency with any city objective standard or policy. Appeal Issue 3, the appellants assert the proposed project is inconsistent with the coastal visitor serving zone in which the site is located. The project site is located within the CVS zone, which permits a mix of uses, including mixed-use projects, subject to an approval of a use permit. The project includes a 900 square foot commercial space in addition to 20 residential uses. This satisfies the city's definition of mixed use. The project's design complies with the Development Code's objective design standards for building height, massing, setbacks, facade articulation, parking, landscaping, all within the CVS zone. Minor adjustments related to transparency, as I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, were considered under state density bonus law through a requested waiver of development standards, which the city is obligated to grant when the findings are met. As conditioned, the Planning Commission found the project consistent with the purpose and intent of the CVS zone, compatible with surrounding development, and compliant with the Development Code, LCP, and General Plan. For Appeal Issue 4, the appellants indicate that the project will result in significant adverse effects individually and cumulatively on coastal resources, constituting a hazard to public health, safety, and welfare, both locally and nationally. The site is located in a developed, urbanized area and is considered an infill development surrounded by existing urban uses and served by adequate public infrastructure. The site is zoned Coastal Visitor Serving, or CVS, as mentioned. It's located east of Highway 1 and the Union Pacific Railroad. It is not between the First Public Road and the sea. The project site is not located within a designated sensitive resource area and does not contain or adjoin any environmentally sensitive habitat areas, commonly referred to as ESHA, as defined by our LCP. As conditioned, the project will not create hazards or result in impacts beyond the capacity of the Police Department or 5 Cities Fire Authority. The project qualifies for Class 32 infill development categorical exemption under the California Environmental Quality Act, and no evidence in the record indicates significant or cumulative environmental impacts. City staff coordinated with Coastal Commission staff based on some concerns. They did not identify any conflicts with the Coastal Act or any conflicts with the project in the Coastal Act or the LCP. The record demonstrates the project satisfies all required coastal development permit findings and will not adversely affect coastal resources or public health and safety.
For Appeal Issue 5, the appellants assert the project location, use, design, and incomplete conditions as approved are materially injurious to surrounding real property and residents, which will lead to hazards to health, safety, and welfare. So to first clarify for the council, the Planning Commission's review of the project ensures land use and policy consistency, not full compliance with building or engineering codes. Detailed review for compliance with the California Building Standards Code, fire and life safety, accessibility, and other technical standards occurs during the building permit process phase. We are not yet there. No evidence in the record indicates that any building or engineering conflicts at the entitlement stage that would prevent approval of the project or require significant project redesign. As mentioned, the Commission found the project to be categorically exempt from CEQA and CEQA Guidelines Class 32 as an infill project. The standards to be met, or the criteria to be met to qualify, includes the following bullet points. The site is less than 5 acres. It's substantially surrounded by urban uses, has no value as habitat for species, endangered, rare, or threatened. Approval will not result in significant effects relating to traffic, noise, air quality, or water quality. The site is adequately served by utilities and public service. With that, the recommendation of the staff report is that your council adopt the resolution to deny the appeal and uphold the Commission's decision. There is one alternative included in the staff report. If your council finds merit in the appeal and the discussion here tonight, the alternative would be to continue the appeal to a date certain or uncertain, direct staff to prepare a resolution to uphold the appeal and overturn the Commission decision to deny the project entirely. As a reminder, this project is considered a qualifying residential project under both state density bonus law as well as the Housing Accountability Act. As such, an action denying the application must include findings that cite the basis for denial and needs to be based on substantial evidence. Government Code outlines for your consideration the 3 summarized bullet. Those findings that your council would need to make is that there are specific adverse unmitigable impacts upon public health or safety, supported by substantiated evidence in the record as required by Density Bonus Law and Housing Accountability Act. Preferences to building height, scale, or neighborhood compatibility do not meet this legal standard and cannot be made as findings to deny the project. Absent such findings, state law requires approval of the project as proposed and conditioned. And should your council wish to discuss these laws further, both myself as well as our city attorney, Ms. Thompson, are available to outline our density bonus law in order for you to deny the requested density bonus and the findings that need to be made, as well as those under the Housing Accountability Act and the definition of what a specific and adverse impact means in order to be found significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable in order to deny the project. So with that, again, the original recommendation is to adopt the resolution to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's decision and approve Development Application 2454 for the map, the CDP, and the use permit to construct a 5-story mixed-use project, as well as affirm the CEQA determination adopted by the Planning Commission. This concludes staff's presentation. I would also like to note that both the applicant and the appellant are available to answer any additional follow-up questions you may have.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And really quick, I just want to state for the record again, do any council members wish to, did any council members have any conversations or ex parte communications with the appellant or the applicant for the record once again? No? No? Okay. Thank you so much. So I will now open the public hearing. City Clerk Sims, did we receive any written communication on this item?
Yes, we received public comment from Debbie Peterson, Janet Menard, Rachel Mann, and Deborah Lee.
Okay, thank you. Now we will hear from the appellants, Ms. Debbie Peterson and Mr. Jose Navarro, who will have 5 minutes to speak.
Before you start the clock, I do have a point of order or two. Due process is not served if you hold the hearing tonight because the appellants did not receive documents related to the project appeal requested on October 30 related to tsunami flood liquefaction dangers until 4/11 today, and we received 200 pages of documents. Obviously, we had less than 2 hours to review those before this evening and prepare. The appellants also never received a response to our request for 20 minutes to present this evening. The Community Development Director did say I have 5 minutes. And that's really not enough time for us to get due process. We can't present evidence and legal references in that time. The appellant's 157-page report, which backs up tonight's appeal, was not posted online at the time of posting the agenda packet. It was then added the next day and, as noted tonight, obscured as a supplemental item, thus constraining access to the subject of tonight's hearing, which is the appeal. So I would therefore ask one other item too, and I think maybe we need some city attorney help on this one, and that is the League of Cities says that sometimes city staff play a prosecutorial or advocacy role in the hearing, and in that case, a decision maker, you all, can't seek information or advice from staff, but staff did say in their advisory role that you uphold the Planning Commission, that you could ask questions. So I would like to get clear on whether or not it's due process for you to be asking questions of staff who are in an advisory role.
Ms. Thompson, can you address those questions? I believe there was one about records that were received, and then also the time of how long Ms. Peterson can present.
Sure. So
Let's start with those two.
Yeah, I'll start with the records. Those records were requested pursuant to the Public Records Act, and the city has 10 days to respond, not 10 days to provide the records, but 10 days to respond initially to a Public Records Act. In this case, the city did provide the records within 10 days, which was today. And then...
Excuse me, please.
And then with respect to due process, I mean, there is no, so the city has, these types of appeals are governed by city policy and practice. And so it has been the city's practice over the last, I'm not sure how long, but previous appeals to provide the appellant and the applicant each 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm. But if we wanted to extend that time to, let's say, 10 minutes, it would be council concurrence to do so.
You could do that, yes.
Okay.
You would be setting a precedent perhaps for future appeals, but you could do that.
Okay, all right. And your final question was regarding, Ms. Peterson, your final question was regarding staff's role in?
Yes.
In
Whether
advising?
or not you can question staff because they're acting in the position of being an advocate.
I frankly don't understand the question, so I'm going to struggle to answer that one.
Okay. Is there another way, Ms. Peterson, that you would like to ask that question? I think that staff is here and they're
I would
professional.
say that that's coming from a League of Cities attorney, and I know that we all attend the League of Cities and trust their advice. I would also add that the League of Cities advises, their attorneys advise that the applicants or the appellants be told how to get the information. I was never told how to get the information, so I simply sent an email requesting the information. And now I'm being told, oh, it's a public records request. Well, actually, it's a request pursuant to a quasi-judicial hearing, which requires due process, and which allows me, I would have thought, and Mr. Najarro to have all the information that we need to respond.
Mm-hmm. I still believe it follows under the public records request.
Right. So what due process is notice and the opportunity to be heard. So due process means that the appellant was notified that the hearing would occur tonight, and they were given the opportunity to speak, which is what they have. So they had the opportunity to speak when they submitted their appeal application, because that should have included all of the substance of their appeal. And then this evening, they have either 5 or 10 minutes, depending on the council's direction, to present their case. So that is due process.
Okay. And as in regards to our staff, I'm still not quite understanding your question regarding staff, Ms. Peterson. They're here as professional staff to assist us in this process.
This is a quasi-judicial hearing, and so it has some of the same attributes of a court case, although much less formal. And if staff are acting in the role as they are, as advocates for the project, then that prejudices.
So I guess my question to Ms. Thompson then is that in this meeting, I mean, I'm assuming that staff is here in their professional role and not as an advocate for our project. They're answering questions based on the project, based off of facts and merit.
Correct. And if I understand correctly, Ms. Peterson's
talking about a prosecutorial role, which would be an instance where the staff, whether it's the city attorney or other staff, perhaps code enforcement, is enforcing the code. So somebody has a potential to receive a citation or a penalty. So that's a prosecutorial role. Here, they have just presented a project, did an analysis as to whether or not it complies with state law and the code, presented that to the Planning Commission, and now they're presenting that to the City Council. So they're not acting in a prosecutorial role because there is no possibility that somebody will receive a penalty or a citation based on the action tonight.
Okay, thank you. Before Ms. Peterson gets started, I would like to get concurrence from the council to extend the time to 10 minutes for the appellate and the applicant to speak on their item. Yes? Okay. The floor is yours, Ms. Peterson. Excuse me.
Honorable Mayor, council members, Mr. Najarro had to work tonight, so he can't join us. And I have grouped things together in order to be able to do this in a 20-minute presentation. I'll take some of them out, try to do it in 10. Finding section 2.1 that it is consistent with the development code and general plan, designed and consistent with all objective design standards, and it's not, but that is required. And if you make any findings tonight that you agree with anything I have to say, then you cannot find in favor of the project, or at least have to send it back to the Planning Commission. So LU 4.3, the city will promote mixed-use development that functionally integrates businesses that depend on foot traffic and exposure to pedestrians on the ground floor. Must have convenient pedestrian access from the public street into commercial areas. Plans show that the commercial area is actually on the second floor. And also, objective design standards, the coastal zone, it shall be sited and designed to avoid adverse impacts to coastal resources, conforming with all applicable local coastal plan policies and standards, and those that govern environmentally sensitive habitat, ESHA, public views, access, and coastal hazards. It is to promote the community's appearances viewed from the public realm, including convenient access. Now, we've given you something to look at so you can kind of follow along, except that you've cut my time in half, so it's going to be tough. Development Code 2.30.020F and Land Use 6, areas of the city appropriate for pedestrian-oriented commercial development near the beachfront encourages active evening uses and street life. Appropriate uses include lodging, recreation, retail, and commercial services, primarily for visitor convenience, which shall be consistent with the LCP. But the applicant says the unit's a very small private gym with very few people. You have to make an appointment online for a trainer to be there and to get an electronic fob. So the project doesn't have active evening areas, evening uses, doesn't have street life. It can't be pedestrian-oriented for the convenience of visitors because it's not on the ground floor as required. It's tucked behind a deck on the second floor, behind a locked door, difficult to see from the street, impossible to access unless pedestrians can figure out how to make an appointment to become a member and get a key. So no matter what the business is there, it can't be visitor serving or pedestrian friendly from the second floor when it's not easily visible and it's locked. Separate, and this is yet another objective, the code that it has to apply with, E.B. Separate entrances shall be, but they're not, provided for non-residential and residential portions. C.I. Building entrances incorporate no entry and traditional features, but shall incorporate at least one of each. It is, the other finding was it's consistent with the LCP. General Plan Section 3.1BC says that you can approve only after finding the project conforms with all LCP standards, including but not limited to sensitive habitat, public view shed, recreational access. And that but the LCP says development will impede scenic and visual qualities of dune, shoreline, and ocean. It'll impact views and vistas to scenic dunes and shorelines westerly and southerly. So if the LCP, which you must comply with, says development impacts views and vistas to scenic dunes and shorelines westerly and southerly, then how can you find it doesn't? The site was environmentally sensitive habitat. It was a wildlife corridor separated from the state park and ESHA only by public rights of way, thus defined as adjoining ESHA. The project fails to protect and preserve visual and scenic resources, has accelerated rather than prevented deterioration and destruction of ecological balance by removing trees providing habitat to many species, and inhibits access to the state park by removing 7 parking spaces. LCP 5.321, the project does not provide required recreation development. Parks and Recreation element identifies the need for a mini park in West Grover, south of Long Branch, just 1 block from the project. Unless the project meets all the findings above, the law says you can't approve waivers, incentives, or the project. Finding section 3.4, with pedestrian and visitor serving uses along, and states specifically, with pedestrian and visitor serving uses along the ground floor. It's not on the ground floor, that's a lie. But the findings say, with pedestrian and visitor serving uses along the ground floor, not, that create pedestrian ambience and other amenities and a mix of residential on the upper floors. The ground floor is parking with no pedestrian and visitor serving uses, pedestrian ambience and other amenities, and the upper floors contain the commercial as well as residential. Also, does it effectively integrate residential with commercial uses? The master plan says development shall be visually compatible with the character of surrounding areas. The LCP 2.13 describes the project well. It says the CVS zone is sensitive to design that detracts from its tourist and beach appeal and bulky high structures and large developments that diminish views and appear obtrusive among smaller or one-story residential dwellings. A 55-foot plus building with a completely different design isn't compatible with the 16 single-story 1940s beach cottages, 144-foot, 137-foot mixed-use homes within 300 feet. Development Code 81020G protect community natural resources, including solar exposure and scenic vistas. Moving along. Finding it will not constitute a hazard to the public health, safety, or welfare, or result in significant hazard because it's consistent with the underlying CVS zone. In fact, the project is not consistent with the CVS zone, as I've already mentioned. Even if it were, that doesn't protect from hazards. SLO County land use maps locate the site in a coastal hazard area, moderate liquefaction, and tsunami zone. A letter of March 26, 25 to the developer from GeoSolutions says that shallow groundwater under foundation with a 10-foot water table could be an issue. Development Plan 81020 was adopted to protect and provide for public health, safety, and welfare, ensure real property can be used without danger to inhabitants or property due to flood, soil instability, or other hazard. 51020 definitions coastal high hazard area of special flood hazard subject to the coastal high hazard area is an area of special flood hazard subject to high velocity wave action from storms or seismic sources, subject to high velocity waters, including tsunamis. Location in these zones is a public hazard due to tsunami or liquefaction. Per GeoSolutions, the building weight loads are currently unknown, as is the amount of compacted fill, but they are anticipated to be substantial. This increases the likelihood of immediate settling due to the weight of the building or downward vertical soil movement caused by transient, rapidly changing forces such as vibrations, machinery, seismic events, also known as liquefaction. The county shows the latest Pleistocene to Holocene dune sand soils and states, when combined, they create a likelihood of liquefaction and building settling. Section 30231, approval of developments in areas draining into Meadow Creek shall be conditioned to provide on-site ponding basins or means of regulating runoff water capable of retaining the first 2 hours of a 50-year frequency storm, not the 100-year frequency storm shown by GeoSolutions. Compacted fill makes soil impervious, restricting on-site rainwater capture, putting the site and neighboring properties at risk of cross-lot drainage, flooding, and liquefaction. Considering issues noted in this appeal and risks to inhabitants, investors, and the city as a whole, with the fairly likely occurrence of some of these geologic events, it's inadvisable for the council to approve the project. Finding it will not result in a significant hazard or impact on surrounding environment. LCP 2.11, preservation of the state's unique coastal resources is not merely desirable but essential to the long-term health, well-being, and prosperity of California and the nation as a whole. And I want to get into some of the danger issues, particularly the fire issues, and also to say that the developer has not contacted adjoining owners for solar, ventilation, airspace, and construction access, which will be refused and constitute trespassing in the absence of recorded easements. Fire, vehicle security, and owner safety are threatened by entry of unauthorized individuals with unrestricted access to the private garage. The city and developer have not designated designed for fire safety, inviting liability. Only one emergency egress discharges out of the building. The other two not rated fire emergency egress enclosures exit into the garage. The central open stairwell with no fire protection only goes to level 2. It's unclear how the parking garage opened to upper floors with 8-foot ceilings, relying on neighboring properties with 8-foot fences for ventilation, meets the fire safety standards. No method shown to ensure emergency egress. Stairwell doors are kept closed to prevent smoke in stairwells. 8-foot ceilings bar trash equipment access, and that's where fires often start. With limited parking, the garage is likely to contain several electric vehicles. Lithium is incredibly toxic and nearly impossible to extinguish. Smoke and fire rising from a garage fire will cut off egress on all balconies. Residents will be forced to travel open balconies through smoke and fire for egress via the one enclosed stairwell at the far end of the balconies. If neighbors exercise their right to build 55 feet on the lot line, balconies will become smoke and fire tunnels. And the staff have been telling you all along, oh, there's only some ways that you can deny this, or there are only some findings you have to make. Well, the reality is that if this violates the local coastal plan, or if it violates the state coastal act, and if it violates any one of these things, or violates objective standards, it can't be approved. And I have 12 seconds.
Thank you for your statements, Ms. Peterson. Okay, we will now, so what we're going to do is we're now going to give it to the applicant, and then we'll open it up for the general public, and then our council will ask questions, and this is where we can ask questions of the staff, the appellant, and the applicant. So now I'd like to ask the applicant to come up, Fred Brillman, and you have 10 minutes. You have 10 minutes on the clock.
Talk for 10, I won't talk for 5.
Okay, well, you can talk for however long you want, but you do have 10 minutes if you want. And if you can you put up your mic to your mouth, please? Thank you so much.
My wife and I moved here in 2019, and we purchased a home, 645 Balboa Street in Grover Beach, and we liked the community. We bought a lot which had a 2-bedroom house on it, and we turned it into 4 units and 14 bedrooms. 4 families lived there in the 4 units, and they're all an asset to this community. They all came from out of the area, came to new jobs, and we're happy with what we've done. This building here will create 18 bedrooms, 20 units, 2 will be affordable units. That's subsidized by ourselves and our partners and the people who buy the other 18 units. Those units cost us hard costs more than what they are actually sold for. And of course, there's no return at the affordable rents. So these people that are developers and the people that buy these units, they are subsidizing those 2 affordable units. And as the Planning Commission Chairman said, she was happy to approve it just to get 2 affordable units into the community. And I agree with that.
Excuse me.
It complies with all the applicable codes and state laws. We carefully researched it. I applaud the council in the West Grand Master Plan. I think that's a good thing. You've done a good job doing that. You'll find that you'll create affordable housing all through this community with that plan. The more people that aren't calling on the one place to buy or rent, better the prices and better the availability. And that's simple economics. That's all I have to say, and I look forward to your questions later.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, so now we will now hear from the general public, and who you will each have 3 minutes to speak. I do have some speaker slips here. We're going to start with Linda Walter, followed by Kelvin Kovduck.
I'm Linda Walter, 272 Beckett Place, Grover Beach. I've lived on the Central Coast since 1979. Although there is great concern regarding the views being obstructed by this 5-story building from adjoining properties, including the 2- and 3-story residential buildings east of it, There are also privacy issues, and more importantly, the concern about the groundwater level beneath this proposed structure. It's only 10 feet below the surface, of which 1 foot will be fill soil, from what I read, and with the foundation chambers, the bedding gravel, and 12 inches of embedment, that leaves 5 feet, just a little under 5 feet of space until you hit the groundwater. This should be a concern to, number one, the owners of the new condos, possibly for structural problems later if water saturation becomes a problem causing likely settlements of the structure, which is a hazard for them, and if so, will affect their resale value. Number two, even though the builder probably can afford it from the amount they paid for the structure or the land and how much they'll be netting out of it, the builder will be caused extra expense to build with more expensive foundation chambers, extra time constructing, and liability issues if there's a future failure in structural integrity. Number three, the neighbors, especially the adjacent ones, that could be affected by runoff water not being able to be controlled, say during a major rainstorm. Again, the zero building clearance lends to this issue, which is more liability for the builder. Number four, the city officials that approved the building could be considered or could be accused of a liability for approving the building of the structure. The likelihood of this may seem remote, but sometimes things happen that we can't control. Mother Nature is the controller, and one never knows. On top of that, this building is in a tsunami zone, which is another what if. Just this July, we had a tsunami warning in Grover Beach caused by an earthquake near Japan. We were saved because the large surge that was predicted didn't happen, but maybe next time we won't be so lucky. So all in all, it seems a pretty risky project for all involved, whether voluntarily involved or the victims of a force that we tried to fight but couldn't stop.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Kelvin Coveduck, followed by Donna De La Rosa.
Good evening again. It's getting late. I'll keep it short. The aquifer is 10 feet below. I'm having a remodel of a bathroom right now. I talked to the construction guy and I said, what do you think? And he goes, well, I had one that was 15 feet down and we hit it and it just spurted up in the air. So if it's passing all the quality test, I'd still be nervous. But also, I just feel bad for the people living close by. I've walked my dog and I talk to people in the neighborhood, and they just say, well, you know, we're going to lose the horizon. It just doesn't seem to be considering the personal factor. And I know this is a legal thing. I think Debbie did her excellent job in the limited time that she had to go over the details. But from the human aspect, it doesn't seem very good. And I can tell you, it's a nightmare that I have that it's going to happen on Front Street, you know, at 40 feet. This is 55 feet. But also, one thing that may be a legal thing is the proposed gym on the second level. My understanding is these things had to be on the first level. So maybe that's a legal thing that should be investigated. But I called Mr. Bell a few weeks ago, and he told me that he's not even sure if it's going to be a gym. So if you don't know what it's going to be, how do we know it's going to be tourist-oriented? And so until we know that, maybe no decision should be made on building this 5-story building, because we don't know what the business is, which is what's allowing them to build so many units. So aside from the human aspect of it, having to live next door to something like that, if you're in that neighborhood, maybe this is something that should be investigated because that might have some teeth in it, but until something concrete is determined to be built there, it has to be tourist oriented. So, for all we know, it could be a pretzel restaurant, So I think that should be determined. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Donna De La Rosa, followed by Jeff Boyer.
Good evening, Mayor Dee and council members.
Can you put your microphone down?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Good evening, Mayor Dee and council members, and I'd like to congratulate every one of you that came up and spoke. You're eloquent, and you should run for office. Okay. First, I do want to commend the city for doing its part for affordable housing with ADUs and JDUs, but please, it doesn't need to ruin the coast for a condo block masquerading as mixed use and using 2 tiny condos to leverage density in an area where structural stability may, over the project's lifetime, be compromised by a tsunami and or I can't hardly say the word, not liquefaction, but liquefaction. Thank you. The area is also an environmentally sensitive habitat with scenic views. Housing, even affordable housing, can be sited anywhere in the city. This project is the opposite of the Coastal Commission mandate. It prioritizes above moderate income housing, which is currently 131 units over city-state required RHNA goals, over visiting, serving land uses unique to this very small coastal visitor serving area. Section 3222 of the Public Resources Code states private visitor serving facilities are given priority over private residential facilities on land suitable for visitor serving beach-related commercial uses. There is also a requirement of a subdivision of the recreational department to provide a park on the west end of the city, south of Long Branch. Please consider all of these things tonight when you're considering development projects. And one thing that I noticed sitting there when you showed that picture of the proposed building, it looks just like the one that everybody came up and said we don't want. It looks just like it. So, thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Ms. De La Rosa. We have Jeff Boyer, followed by Sylvia Dodd. There's another Sylvia. I know. I have you next.
Hello, Jeff Boyer. I'll keep it pretty brief. So mostly I just want to say, sorry. So I just want to comment on just what I've seen this evening. I think that, given the great cases made on either side, I really don't think that a 10-minute, forcing Debbie to speed read her case was really, appropriate for the situation. It sounded like she had some very good points to make, and I think that, if her attorney was also present, you'd get even a more full picture of it all this evening. So if there's any way to vote to kind of pin this for a bit until we can have an appropriate session with the information coming from both sides, I think that would be the better thing to do this evening. So that's all I have.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Boyer. Is Sylvia Dodd here? Okay. Sylvia Boyer.
Very rarely do I have 2 Sylvias in a room.
I know, yeah. That's what happened. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't have a lot to say. I just am going to come back to 5-story buildings. Why are we doing it? And then the water thing, that kind of freaks me out. 5 stories on that kind of weight. Doesn't seem like an investment I'd want to make.
Thank you for your comments. Tim Suyako, and then Kurt Cabral.
Mine's going to be really brief, but again, just to hit on, I want to support all of the comments. What what's it?
Liquefaction.
Liquefaction, right? The low-income housing, impact on the coastal and ocean views. And then there was a gentleman here earlier that talked about water availability. Those are issues that this council needs to consider. We have a beautiful city here of Grover Beach, and I think we need to, as the Coastal Act states, 30251, the scenic and visual qualities of the coastal area shall be considered and protected as a resource of public importance. Permitted development shall be sited and designed to protect views, shall be sited and designed to protect views and along the ocean and scenic coastal areas. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Kurt Cabral.
Just a short comment. I shared with the mayor earlier experience I had about 2 weeks ago, and I guess maybe this is directed towards planning, but in the environmental report, you mentioned something about no impact on traffic and noise and stuff. So the other day I had to go, this was 2 weeks ago, at 9:30 in the morning. So to me, that's out of rush hour. And I had to turn left from 4th Street to Grand Avenue. I was first in line, so when the light turned green, I moved out. I counted 18 cars came from the south up 4th Street. And so when the light turned, because I was out in the intersection already, I made it through, but the guy behind me went through the red light. I don't know how you can say it doesn't impact. And now you're going to add, and I didn't quite understand when he said 18 bedrooms, but there's 20 units. Are they all studios? But because I'm sorry, but my wife and I make a good income, but we can't afford a $500,000 without both of us working, and that would mean 2 cars. Where's the other 20 cars going to park? So maybe you guys can get a refund on your environmental.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else wish to come up and speak on this item? Go ahead.
Andrea C. Strand, 851 North 5th Street in Grover Beach. Kind of some general comments that I'd like to make and also support the repeal action here requested. I've been a resident of Grover Beach for 26 years. And if I get kind of choked up, please understand, I love Grover Beach. I've written the mayor, I've written the planning commissioners about my deep concerns over the 5-story plus heights, 55-foot heights and such, recently built on the corner of 4th and Grand. And as I stated in my letters, our beach community has lost its friendly, welcome look as one enters the Oceano Dunes. You heard that earlier today. And now I'm learning even more about this gigantic building, I'll call it that, being considered and being requested that it be appealed at 261 Rockaway, and I'm absolutely supporting that effort. I know that the vast majority of Grover Beach citizens do not know what is happening. They see it, but they don't have time to come here to a meeting. They don't have time to sit and watch the videos and such. But in talking with so many, they do see what they're seeing, and they do not like what they see. They're surprised and cannot believe their elected city officials sitting on this council would approve these ugly, and I will call them ugly, slanted roof, just ugly buildings. What has happened to our California look? What has happened to our beachy community look? Well, I've been around for a long, long time, and I'm going to caution all of you, and you know what I'm talking about as electeds, to make sure that you're careful so you don't look like you're coming out in favor of a developer or such. And in one situation, I know that there were election signs on the cyclone fences of one of the buildings on 4th and Grand. There's 2 people sitting at the dais that had those signs up there. So I don't know what all the background is. I'm not accusing anything, but you've got to be careful about things like this because people start wondering what's happening here. Are they listening to me or are they listening to some others? So I strongly believe that this body has to make a decision. And are you going to be with the community and the people that are speaking out and writing letters and appearing at the meetings and such, trying to tell you that they're hearing things? And I would just say enough, and I just ask that you reconsider and look to this appeal to get more information about 261 Rockaway. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else? Okay, yes, Ms. Reynolds.
Thank you. Yes, Alana Reynolds again, or still. When we talked about mixed use, and there's only 900 square feet, to me that's not mixed use. That's somebody sneaking it in at the minimal. Whoever presented earlier, they said it meets city satisfaction. To me, it's not. It might be in the books, but it doesn't mean it's the right and the best choice for all of us. The buildings go out to the sidewalk, which a whole lot of people have talked about, ugly buildings. No class to them. Buildings do not need to go out to the sidewalk. None of us build our homes up to the sidewalk. We're not allowed to build our homes up to the sidewalk. And these commercial buildings should have a little beauty, trees, just like you're putting down, sorry, the middle of the roads. Parking. Anybody that's going to be able to afford these, as somebody just mentioned, is going to probably have 2 cars. These are mostly the 18 or 1-bedroom homes. They're going to have 2 people living there. They're going to need 2 cars. And are they going to take over the city parking that we've paid for the buses and the trains? So they're going to be right there. They're going to take over the parking spaces, and the police are not going to go out and try to decide who's on the bus or the train and who lives in that building. So there's another big part there that needs to be concerned. Again, more water use when we are dealing with how much water do we have? I've been in California my whole life. Yes, we have droughts. Yes, we have a water shortage. Yes, I have brown lawn and I have green lawn. Everybody loves it, including the dogs. And I water it carefully, and it's gone brown during the times where we weren't supposed to be watering. So we need to keep that in our vision and in our conversations. I understand solar is required. I just got it on my home. But if it's required here, and that's going on top of the fifth story or above the 55 feet, is somebody going to decide to make an exception because they're solarizing? If it's on a flat roof, it's not going to be flat. It's going to be elevated. It's going to take up 5 to 10 more feet. So that is really important to be considered, and I haven't seen anything that's said that that is a part of the 55 feet. It's going to have to go somewhere. And I absolutely do not agree with parking on the ground floor. He can't put it underground with the water level where it is, but should not be allowed to have parking on the ground floor and have commercial upstairs. It goes completely against everything we've been talking about, and we've made plenty of other exceptions, or the city has with these other buildings. We need to have plenty of parking. We need commercial, easily able to entry so that people can use it and see it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi again, Pamela Storton, Grover Beach. Debbie's public record request. This is the frustrating part. I have a public records request that went in on the 24th of November. Still don't have it. That was 14 days ago now. I let the city clerk, Ms. Sims, know last Friday on the 11th. She said she'd have it to me yesterday. I don't have it. This is 17 days, 17 days, 14 business days. So, devaluing people, not giving her what she needs, a soils report that talks about liquefaction. Soils reports are developers order them all the time. That's something you need to have, and they can be slanted in the sight of what the developer wants to see. You've got to look in deeper. She needed time to look at this more deeply. 2 hours, not fair. Due process would have been getting that to her timely. I'm not getting my stuff timely, and it's not an appeal. Irritating and frustrating for your public. The developers, I'm so glad they moved here, but they weren't here during the earthquake. The earthquake of 2001 had liquefaction. In Oceano, there are streets on North Swing and Juanita where the markers for the surveys have moved 6 inches. The property lines are now off because they moved. If you don't survey down there, there might be the issue in Grover Beach. So liquefaction is a big deal, and it's marked and recorded in public records that some of these property lines are off because of liquefaction during that earthquake. You really have to pay attention to this. This Lego Minecraft design, awful. And the mixed use, I'm going to talk again about at the Planning Commission meeting. How do you have a public serving space on a second floor where you have to have a key fob? If you don't plumb it now for a restaurant or something of use, you're not going to get that. What it likely will do is go back to an apartment at some point when they decide, oh, it's not usable, we didn't use it, the HOA says it's costly, we need to turn that space back into an apartment. 401 took their 401 grand. That was supposed to be open space at the top, public use on the deck. Guess what? It's private now. HOA took it over. Public can't go there. So you guys can't limit that. So you need to do it now and make it right and put that mixed use area down on the ground floor. Just because you can do it, developers, doesn't mean you should. We welcome you to the community. We want you here. But the people are speaking to you too.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Thornton. Anybody else? Yeah,
Good evening, Elizabeth Dukas, North Grover Beach. I have been coming to these meetings for approximately 20 years, and I have never heard anybody from this side of the table say that it looks great, doesn't take up, they don't ever say that it doesn't look good, it takes up too much space, it's too much of an impact, not enough parking. Never once have they made those representations when in fact those were the exact results of what happened with overbuilding. That building on 4th Street, on 4th Street that's 4 stories high, it was never supposed to be there, only 3 stories. But we had variances, overrides, all of these shenanigans that is not in the best interests of the community. And because that happened, now we have this. And I would go back to when the city attorney says, this is not a prosecutorial issue. Well, when you make gross misrepresentations about every factor about this, that is a prosecutable issue. Because everything that you're deciding is based on faulty information, incorrect information. Somehow they say now the appellants only ever use 10 minutes. That's totally not true. That woman on 8th Street, she came and spoke for 45 minutes. She was, the poor gentleman, the poor Spanish, hardly could speak English gentleman next to this gigantic project got 3 minutes. And she sat and went on and on and on for 45 minutes. That is not fair. You are not being fair to your people. You are not listening to them. And we've told you over and over and over again, you promised no 5 stories off of Grand Avenue, and here we are. And so I would say that you need to worry about your misrepresentations. Janet Reese for decades has said no impact, no parking problems, all government code, everything's great. Well, that's not the way it works out. So I think you have really big problems based on the information you were given to begin with, because it's not accurate. It's misleading, and it does a huge disservice to your residents. What good does it do if you have a single-story home? I mean, it just looks awful. and the zero setback. You cannot ever do that. You know, when we had our visioning workshops, that was supposed to be a big plaza, open up to people, sit, have coffee. We were supposed to have 20-foot sidewalks so that all of that could be a great entrance to the beach. And look what you did. Only a handful of people can see or experience it. It's supposed to be for the community.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Dukas. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Paul Masters, broker once again, 22 years in the Grover Beach area with properties owned also. I want to firstly compliment the builder on those 4 units that built 4, you said 4 bedrooms each?
No, 2 floors and 2 threes.
2 4s and 2 3s. That's a remark. I want to shake your hand.
Excuse me, can you continue? Can you continue?
Shake your hand because
Thank
that's
you.
exactly, I'm a builder too. And builders like me and you, we don't like tiger, salamander, lizards. As a matter of fact, I remember one builder friend of mine, he said, tiger, salamander, lizards, the other white meat. Because tiger, salamander, lizards, they're protected. So I'd like Jennifer Thompson to get my formal request that we do a tiger, salamander, lizard review and report on this. This whole thing, I'm serious. I'm shooting from the hip here, okay? That's a serious concern of mine. It seems to me like 1980 or 81, we used to pluck those salamander lizards out of that ground. I was just in my late teens at that time. The recommended action here, it says, adopt the resolution to deny the appeal. So does that mean that the recommended action amongst all you is counterintuitive to all of us, less the builder? I've been in his shoes before. Because why in the world would you put a recommended action and then hand it to all of us? I mean, why would you do that? I mean, you're saying your recommended action is to deny the appeal. So the site is located across from the industrial area with no visibility from Grand Avenue. The mixed-use building 2 doors down and visible from Grand Avenue, 160 South 3rd Street, that shares a lot line with the project, has a ground floor commercial unit that went unleased for 13 weeks? Years. No, not 13 months, that's right, 13 years? And here we pigeonholed a 900 square footer on the 2nd story, not the 1st story, but the 2nd story. And we're saying, well, that one's going to go in 13 days just because. I mean, the thing's sticking out like it's an elephant in the living room. This thing, come on, let's not put lipstick on a pig. This building is an elephant in the living room. It's got a flat roof. Jennifer, remember, I want a tiger, salamander, lizard report on that. And I'd like the effective communities involved with that too. After being converted to lodging use for a few years, very low vacancy, it's seldom vacant. 261 Rockaway is tucked away around the corner behind 160 South 3rd Street.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Masters.
Okay, across from industrial properties
Thank you
and
for your
next
comments.
to a
Your
parking
time
lot.
is now up.
Wait a
Thank
second.
you. No, your
Thank
time-
you. I
your
waited
time is
till
now
the
up.
end. It's
I
my
know, but your time is
professional
now up.
opinion based on
This is
historical
your second warning to
evidence
stop,
that it's
please.
unlikely ever to contain
You
a
need to stop
successful
your
commercial
comments
use.
are done.
Okay?
This is your 3rd warning. Please
Okay,
stop
thank
or
you
we
so
will have to
much.
recess. Thank you.
We got 13 years.
Okay. All right. And then is there anybody else who wishes to come up and speak? I was like, you already went.
Is that okay?
You already went. I'm so sorry. You've already.
Okay.
Yes.
I did already go, yes.
You did already go.
I just had a quick point of clarification.
Am
Am I able to do that?
You did. You used your full minute, or you? Excuse me. Okay, hold on 1 second, please, from the audience, please.
Mayor D, if you give one person a second opportunity to speak, you're required to give everybody a second opportunity to
Exactly.
speak.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Boyer. I appreciate that.
Do we want to do that?
No, we do not want to do that. We are going to make sure we stay to our process. Okay. So nobody else wishes to speak on this item. Is there anybody on the line?
Yes, we have Debbie Falcon.
Hello, Ms. Falcon.
Hello. Hi. Good evening, council members. My name is Debbie, and I'm here to raise concerns about the proposed development at 261 Rockaway. This is pertaining to the appeal issue number 4 and 5, actually. Buried within the building plans is a letter from GEO Solutions stating that the groundwater was encountered just 10 feet below the surface of the proposed site. This is a critical geotechnical finding. Per GEO Solutions, the project plan shows the use of plastic-type storm chambers placed directly under the building's foundation. Typically, up to 10 feet should be maintained between the bottom of the chambers and the ground elevation. That does not seem possible for this design given the elevation of the site and the groundwater elevation. So the geotechnical engineer should review the plans and confirm in this report that the proposed system is acceptable as designed. They also state that the introduction to water under the building may increase the likelihood of settlement, both static and dynamic, if shallow foundations are used. I have found no evidence that the developer has revised the design to account for this condition. Groundwater at that depth raises red flags about long-term structural integrity, water intrusion, and environmental impact. It also calls into question whether the project's CEQA assumption is appropriate. This development should not be evaluated in isolation. It must be assessed cumulatively alongside with the other projects on Grant Avenue in the Grant Avenue corridor, which collectively pose significant environmental and infrastructure burdens. I urge the council to require a full environmental review. We cannot afford to rubber stamp the development that ignore foundational geotechnical realities. And you know what? I'd like to remind the city council and the mayor and that you guys are in charge. The city manager, the development department, the planning commission, builders, whoever they are, they work for you. You do not work for them. So like when they're telling you to agree with something and saying that it's okay, do your homework. You know, listen to the people who are talking to you who live here. You know, it's really, really important that you do that and work for us and not for them, because it seems like, I don't know who was talking earlier about with the rules and stuff and what was supposed to be going on here and how you can't do this, you can't do that, and blah, blah, blah. You know what? It was just ridiculous. And you guys need to, please do your homework, read up, and listen to the people who are talking to you that live here. Because, you know, we're
Thank you,
we're
Ms.
not the
Kaufman, for your
developers, we
comments.
just live here.
Thank you. Okay.
Michael Massey.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Massey.
Hello there. First of all, this has been a fun marathon meeting, I just got to say. My name is Michael Massey. I'm here tonight on behalf of Generation Build. We are the largest pro-housing organization on the Central Coast, focusing on making it possible for more people to live, work, and build a future right here on the Central Coast. First, I want to start by saying thank you. Grover Beach has been a real leader in tackling the housing challenges that so many communities are struggling with. You've shown that it's possible to plan thoughtfully, support growth, and still protect what makes Grover Beach special: its community spirit, its local businesses, and its sense of place. Just last week, and I'm sure a few of you were there, the San Luis Obispo County Economic Forecast once again made it clear that housing is the #1 issue shaping our region's future. It affects everything, from the ability of families to stay in the area to whether employers can attract and retain workers to the overall health of our local economy. And in that report, Grover Beach really stands out. Families and businesses are looking for places where they can put down roots, where opportunity, affordability, and quality of life actually come together. Grover Beach is becoming that place. You're proving that when a city says yes to housing, it's really saying yes to its future. To the teachers, nurses, service workers, and small business owners who make the community we're in every day. On behalf of Generation Build, I just want to express our appreciation for your continued leadership and partnership on these issues. I'm a firm believer that all elected officials are working towards the future. And when they make decisions, they have to be looking 10 to 20 years down the road. Your jobs as electeds is not to placate the past. It's to create progress. It's to move it forward. It's to continue to lead on infill projects throughout the county and allow this place to be where families in the working class can come, not for a place in a community that can't stand on a leg and will die if more housing is not built. We cannot place the burden of advocacy on working families and young professionals. People like me, people who are just trying to build a life here, shouldn't have to beg for homes to be approved. If the nexus of housing being built is which groups have more free time to show up to public hearings, retirees will always outperform young families in the working class. The nexus needs to be on you, using the power your seats carry to vote yes and make the single greatest difference in whether a county builds enough homes to meet its needs. So I'm asking you, vote for the future, vote for the next generation. Let's build. Thank you.
Please, that's enough. This is the second warning. Excuse me. Before we bring anybody else on the line, we need to be listening to and give everybody all the equal opportunity to speak and listen. It's very distracting when you're talking in the audience. So please, if you need to speak, you can go out into the lobby, please. Thank you.
I've got Krista Jeffries on the line.
Good evening, council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Well, here we are again, unfortunately. I just want to hand an Oscar to this meeting for being the most boring appeal I have ever had the misfortune to hear. I haven't heard a single original argument all night that, number one, isn't borne out in the data. People that are crying about the environmental issues, crying about the architecture, crying about the laws not being upheld. Bollocks. Full of it. Absolutely not true. Second of all, were we not all in the same meeting where Janet Nichols just said that we have 600 people on a waiting list to get into 50 cabins, people who are currently sleeping in cars, sleeping in the river, sleeping on the beach? I am on the board of a nonprofit housing organization, and we have a waiting list of like 3,000 people, and we house people that can pay rent. So I really don't want to hear anybody in this room cry about homelessness or needing to clean up this, that, and the other, because right here is the solution in front of you. If you want to play a really boring game of musical chairs, you put lots of chairs in there. And if you want housing to come down in price, you build a lot of it. I don't understand how a room full of people can complain about this building not being earthquake safe when 90% of us are living in Cracker Jack boxes built in the 50s, including myself. So no, this is a total waste of my time. This should not have even held a minute of the public's attention or tax dollars. Please deny the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else on the line?
Yes, we have Brenda Auer.
Okay.
Wow, Cassie, I'm shocked by the last 2 phone calls. Totally shocked. Those people don't live in Grover Beach, do they? You do. You know what we're talking about. Listen to people that live in Grover Beach. You heard a lot of them speak tonight. Thank you for all of you speaking. Hallelujah. Again, my prayers have been answered. But what were those last 2 phone calls? They made no sense. This one will. Look out for the people of Grover Beach. Let's not be a divide anymore. Let's come together. Let's join and look out for the residents of Grover Beach. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else on the line? Okay. So I will now close the public hearing. And we are going to address some of these questions, ask questions of our own to staff, to staff, the applicant, and the appellant. So does anybody have a burning desire to start with their questions? Councilmember Wyrick.
Yeah, can we go back all the way almost to the beginning of the slides as far as, let's see, actually, so two forward then, that one. Oh, yep. So, and this is just for my reminder too, since it is a quasi-judicial process, which is different from our normal public hearings, that could it be reaffirmed as far as when it comes to what's considered, since it says reviews limited to the administrative record before the council, what is the administrative record, first off? There's a lot of things in our agenda packet, there's a lot of things that have been said, presented to us, but could that be defined, what exactly is the administrative record?
So this is an appeal of the Planning Commission decision. So the administrative record is the record related to that decision. So what is considered tonight would be the record from the Planning Commission meeting, which was in your packet, along with the appellant's appeal application where they outlined the particular issues that they were appealing. And then any related testimony, public comment related to those issues.
But you're referencing from the Planning Commission meeting that this has been appealed from, is that correct?
Right. But the public comment tonight
Okay.
is related to those issues, would be a part of the record for you to consider tonight.
Okay, so the public comments are considered as far as the administrative record now?
Yes, as long as they're related to the contents of the appeal.
For the appealable actions?
Right.
And so that's where it falls into that second part as far as evidence to clarify the record, is that correct? Is it within this part too, as far as how new evidence is considered?
Right, so the public comment tonight would, from both the appellant, the applicant, and the public, and then also the presentation from staff, would be all intended to clarify the record or to demonstrate it to the city council so that they understood the issues.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll let everyone else ask their questions, but that was just clarifying back to our narrow focus in this process,
But again,
since it is different from our normal processes.
But again, it's for in terms of the content that was in the appeal.
Right, the content of the appeal is really what you're considering tonight.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember McCrory Driscoll? Oh, okay. Councilmember Tuggle. Microphone.
Microphone. I have a big voice. I don't usually need one. The scenic views, does this fall into the protected zone? How is that determined? Clarification, please.
The city of Grover Beach does not have any designated scenic vistas, scenic views, scenic corridors, scenic highways. There's no designation, therefore there can't necessarily be a significant impact under CEQA in which it is damaging such that it would need mitigation. So that's the first thing. But in order to qualify, typically an adopted plan or document itself, like our local coastal program, would designate and identify it as such. It's not, this site specifically is not designated scenic in our LCP or our development code.
Okay. Then this has been brought before the Coastal Commission? Yes, no? They've weighed in on it. Clarify, please.
Thank you. It was referred to the Coastal Commission after some concerns were raised, and they took no issue with it, and this was Coastal Commission staff. It has not gone to the Coastal Commission. It is not appealable to the Coastal Commission. We are still required, pursuant to our development code, to refer the project after a local decision is made. We did as such, and they've asked us to send it back again once the appeal is decided.
Okay. And there's been some questioning concerns about the aesthetics. My understanding was that's already, the feedback that came from the Planning Commission is already in the process of having a new design. Am I making this up or?
So following the Planning Commission meeting, the applicants did reach out to us. We scheduled a separate meeting, and they are interested in changing some of the materials and the facade and the articulation, but it needs to be done carefully because any changes that go outside the realm of the Planning Commission decision would then need to go back to the Planning Commission. So we still haven't outlined those specific details yet, but they are interested and did hear from public testimony as well as from the Commission that they wanted some more coastal aesthetics as well as different materials and design.
And then just to be clear, the Planning Commission vote was 4-1 to pass, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the dissent, if I, it was a lot of papers, so I want to make sure I'm clear. The dissent was based on the 900 square feet of commercial space counting as mixed use. Was that the primary concern of the dissenting vote? Anybody?
Yes,
Yes.
that was a part of it. I would add that the primary concern by that commissioner was twofold. One, that the mixed use was not balanced between residential and commercial, and secondly, that it was not the proposed commercial use of the space was not consistent with the coastal visitor serving zone and the intent behind visitor serving uses.
So then to follow up on that, on the second floor, first of all, does the business need to be known before we permit something? Because I don't think we knew what the businesses were that were going in.
No, developer, builder can create a space and then invite tenants to it. Our development code, table 2.4 for commercial uses, identifies all of the permissible uses that are allowed within each of the different commercial zones and whether or not they're subject to additional discretionary action, for example, a use permit.
Okay. And then the second floor, are they required to be on the bottom floor? Is this a waiver that we're making? Help me understand that a little bit more.
So the land use element policy that's within our land use element of our general plan promotes ground floor commercial retail. But that's the key word, is that it promotes. Our development code is the regulatory document in which we prescribe projects to. As such, it is not required by our development code to be on the lower floor. So the request to be on the second floor is not a waiver, not a variance. They are allowed to have second floor retail or commercial space. There are similar uses in the immediate vicinity that have second floor retail as well as first floor commercial.
And that provides more parking, which is a balance. I get that. Can we require a builder to put in more parking than state law dictates? Like, can we make a more, state law is one currently, correct? For help
Well,
me again.
I think come down back to local. So we're required to have a project meet our development code standards for parking. When you have, then take it a tier up. If you then have a project that qualifies as a density bonus project and they request a waiver from the parking standard, unless we can make substantiated findings that it would result in a specific adverse impact under density bonus law and Housing Accountability Act, we cannot deny that waiver. So had they requested a parking waiver, we would have had to support it based on the traffic study that was provided.
And what's our current city requirement for parking?
For fractional density units, it is one parking space per unit. It really varies based on the use, and I believe commercial it's 1 per 300, 1 per 4. That's correct. It's 1 per 300 square feet for the commercial space.
And I recognize it would not happen here, but let's say we wanted to change that. Would state law allow us to make that more restrictive? Is the wrong word? A larger requirement, or?
Yeah, if your council was interested in city staff advancing a planning study or technical study to look at parking citywide and whether or not any changes are warranted, it would be a pretty involved process, but one that we could pursue, with the caveat that with all of the recent state housing laws that have passed in California, again, regardless of what we require, increasing that parking, decreasing that parking for other uses, if a request for a density bonus project asks for a waiver, we have to grant it unless we can they provide substantial evidence that an adverse and specific impact would occur because we are waiving the parking standard.
Right. Okay. And then there was lots of concerns about water level issues, and I am not an expert on that. So how does that get signed off on?
Yeah, so as part of so this is, again, I mentioned this earlier, this is the entitlement phase. We don't look at all of the technical standards that are otherwise associated with our building permit process. So the entitlement stage looks at the actual land use itself and the policies. Is it consistent with the standards? Staff's role is to look at those standards, look at the application and say yes, no, as if it's a checklist, ask questions when there's gray area, and if it doesn't meet it, we force them to meet that standard and then move forward to the discretionary body, the Planning Commission. After the fact, they submit their technical drawings, their specifications, all of it which has to meet the technical studies that are provided at the entitlement stage. So folks talked about the shallow groundwater table. The GeoSolutions report that was provided did identify that. It disclosed it. Our city engineering department receives a referral of that, not just the application, but the study itself, and makes a determination based on their expertise and their knowledge and their license and all their certifications as to whether or not it actually will meet engineering codes and standards. If during the entitlement phase it's found that it does not, then we have to fix it before we can present it to the Planning Commission, as well as provide for conditions of approval that at the building permit stage, it will meet the minimum standards required to pass muster. So in fact, with this one, there were major concerns by our city engineer of the water table as well as liquefaction. While our Public Works and City Engineer, Mr. Greg Ray, cannot be present, the groundwater table in the areas west of 4th Street varies between 10 and 30 feet deep. The project soils report identified groundwater as shallow at 10 feet. He worked with the applicant's engineer to develop an acceptable retention system that meets the requirements for separation from the groundwater. And lastly, Mr. Bell can speak more to this if needed, but it is a pier foundation, which the footings for the project, as well as the engineered style of design to address the high groundwater as well as potential liquefaction issues, is mitigated by the project design itself. So.
And if you got into the entitlement phase and any of these became a real issue or fire became a real issue, that would be back on them to have to address before you could actually move forward to build.
Correct. Staff will not bring a project forward to Planning Commission unless it meets the development code, consistency with the general plan, as well as minimum health, life, safety concerns for building standards code, engineering codes, et cetera. So, and then any red flag issues we address before we bring it to the commission for consideration.
All right, I'll share the mic.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
They covered a lot of my questions. So we're required at this hearing to determine whether or not they are violating any codes. And if so, then we can deny it. But if we find that all the codes are met and everything's approved, then we have to push this forward.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I was involved in help.
Excuse me.
Yes.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry. Let's see. Scenic view, parking. All my questions were answered already. I just have comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have a question as to what percentage of the residential space is required to qualify for the density bonus?
So by providing the affordable housing units and applying for a density bonus, the entire project is protected by density bonus law.
But is there, I didn't ask my question well. So when they're going to ask for the density bonus, how much of the entire project has to be designated low income?
Oh, yes.
Percentage-wise or square footage-wise, can you give me some guidance?
Absolutely. It's all based off the affordability level as well as the type of unit. So in this instance, the request was a 46.25% density bonus, which requires a minimum of, I believe, 10% of the base density as deed restricted as affordable housing. Through a density bonus law, there's something called rounding. So every calculation you make, you round to the next whole number. So in this case, the math resulted in one density unit to be deed restricted for affordable housing. The applicant has proposed a fractional density project, and they're dedicating 2 units at 0.5 density units each to meet that one density unit requirement. So the math, we did have a whole, we had a slide for this in the Planning Commission staff report, but yeah, we do have a breakdown of the math in the agenda report as well.
Okay.
And just to add one point of clarification, that breakdown is in government code section, and it's all under density bonus law. So it's not something staff prescribes, it's prescribed by the state, and it gives opportunities for developers to choose how they want to apply the different percentages based on that income category.
Okay. And my follow-up question to that, would the city ever be allowed to require more?
The city does not have any programs at this time that require additional affordable housing beyond density bonus law.
My next question is about the solar height. Is that included in the 55 feet? There was mention of solar height.
There's different types of solar designs. At this time, we don't have a solar design layout for this project, but under the development code, solar installations are allowed to exceed the maximum height. So if an additional foot or two are necessary above the 55 feet, that would be allowed, and that's consistent with state law requirements for solar installations.
Does that apply to houses as well?
Yes,
Just
I believe
curious
so.
for my own. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
Asking for a friend.
Okay. And then in regards to the mixed use, kind of a similar question. How much of the total square footage is required to meet mixed use standards?
For the city, mixed use doesn't have a prescribed commercial to residential ratio. It just simply is a mix of commercial and residential. So providing the 900 square feet of commercial along with the 20 residential units meets the city's definition of mixed use because it includes both commercial and residential.
Okay. And my last question along with that is, again, just to simplify things, would the project look different? Would it have to scale down if it did not have mixed use, but still had affordable housing?
It is required to have a have the mixed use component.
Okay,
If
it
it
is.
didn't have commercial, it would not be an allowable project within the CVS zone because it would solely be residential. It has to have a public commercial space in order to qualify for as mixed use, as well as be an allowable use within the CVS zone.
Okay. And with the coastal visitor commercial zone, does it specifically spell out the types of businesses you can and cannot have? And do we have, I mean, for the public, can we go over that list?
I can't pull it up on the screen, but I can read it for the council if you are interested. Won't take too long. Commercial zones, allowable land uses, and permit requirements is listed in our development code under Table 2.4, Section 2.30030. So specifically, we can start with manufacturing uses. In the CVS zone, high technology uses are a permissible use. Recreation, education, and public assembly. So for example, a commercial recreation facility indoor less than 3,000 or greater than 3,000 square feet in the CVS zone would require a use permit. That's subject to Planning Commission discretion. Commercial recreation facility outdoor and indoors requires a use permit. A health fitness facility requires a use permit. A meeting facility, or public, whether public or private, less than 3,000 square feet requires a permit, not subject to Planning Commission discretionary action. Greater than 3,000 square feet requires a use permit. A park or a playground, public specifically, requires is a permissible use. A public or quasi-public facility requires a use permit. A recreational vehicle park requires a use permit. Art, dance, martial arts studio, both require a use permit. Residential, different residential categories, an ADU would be permissible in the CVS zone. A home occupation could be allowed in the CVS zone. A live-work unit is allowed. A low-barrier navigation center, a mixed-use project, a short-term rental, transitional and supportive housing. As it relates to retail, you have adult business is prohibited. Bar, tavern, nightclubs with a use permit. You can have general retail, except for the following. Alcoholic beverage sales require a use permit. You cannot have a drive-through. Anything for general retail over 5,000 square feet is permissible. If you operate between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m., a use permit's required. A resale store is a permissible use. A plant nursery is a permissible use. Mobile vendors are a permissible use. A restaurant is a permissible use, but not a drive-through. Live entertainment associated with that restaurant is a permissible use. Sidewalk seating is a permissible use, accessory to the restaurant. Wine tasting is a permissible use.
Okay. Thank you for the extensive list. That's all I have right now.
Okay. As far, I had a lot of questions answered by other council members, but along with the list that you just read, so is it still considered visitor serving, since it is open to the public. It's like if let's say it's a gym or something along those lines, it's still visitor serving because it's open to the public?
It's an allowable use because it's identified in Table 2.4 of our development code as an allowable use within the coastal visitor serving zone.
Okay. Are any project, are any developers allowed to turn it back into an apartment or close it off completely?
No, if it were, if a request to convert it into a residential use was submitted to staff, it would be rejected because then it would be a 100% residential project, which is not allowed in the CVS zone.
Perfect. Okay. Another just couple yes or no questions. Again, if when you're in the permitting process, if they fail to meet the building and engineering codes, fire, safety, any of those, the project cannot continue. Like it's delayed until they check off all of the boxes, right?
Yes.
Okay. When our current
I will say the only time that you run into a position where you do proceed forward is if that applicant, despite the advice that staff is giving them that the project is not consistent with the code, says, I don't care. I want my time in front of the commission. And then at that point in time, it's very rare, but staff will take a project for denial to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission then has the opportunity to hear staff's recommendation based on what is not consistent with the code versus why the applicant feels that it is, and they should consider moving it forward.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
What we're doing here in reverse.
When our current local coastal plan was being created and then ultimately it was approved by the Coastal Commission, staff identified zones and lots in our entire town that had coastal resources and was environmentally sensitive. This site right here was not one of them. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, I just wanted to clear that up. And then compliant, okay, sounds good. Okay, those are my questions other than what was actually already asked. So.
A lot of things have been addressed, and I'll try to. So basically, one of the clarifications is that the commercial aspect has to be consistent with our code, but our development code is essentially silent on a more definitive definition other than there is some form of commercial activity. Is that correct?
Correct. There's no prescriptive square footage or required balance between the two. So staff can't hold them to something more.
Okay.
We can encourage it, but we can't hold them to something more.
Okay, so by our code, basically, since it is what it is at this point, it's not more definitive that's where that, okay, I can see where that issue comes from. And we're allowed to ask the appellant and applicant questions too. So of course, I just want to first ask them both too, if anything that's been said that you all have responses to, that'd be helpful right now.
I'll start with the appellant. Ms. Peterson?
Thank you for the opportunity. I didn't realize I would be allowed to come back up, so I wasn't taking notes. But what I will say is the code does specifically say it must comply with the LCP. It must be on the ground floor. And specifically, and there's several that say that, and that it must protect views, that the views are public, part of the public trust. It's part of what we deserve. It's our right as Californians or even Americans to have this view. And it says that there'll be no consecutive issues as a result. But every time you build a building, and the LCP says this, of two stories in the LCP it says, it obstructs views. But this is 5. So I'm sorry, I'm kind of at a loss for words, but and the other one that really concerns me would be to have our city council sign off on a finding that says it's on the ground floor, because it's not on the ground floor. How could you sign off on that? That's all I've got for now, unless you had questions.
Nothing specific, just seeing if there's different responses.
Thank you for
things
the
being said.
opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Would you like to come up and speak on anything that was said today? Okay, you're good? Okay. Any other questions?
And this is just to clarify within this process too. So what I've heard is that basically that as far as the application it goes, went through its process, went to the planning commission, it's been appealed, comes here, different areas that are, things could still be changed essentially, but that becomes more of a staff level activity afterwards. When and if would things come back to the planning commission or the city council? You noted, for instance, if it went from all, mixed use to all residential, that'd be a situation. But within the context of we're talking about these different appealable issues, is there anything that within those appealable issues that would, if it changed more past this part of the process, it would actually come back to us too?
Yeah, thank you. So Chapter 6 of our development code outlines the procedures in which an approved project would have to come back to the Planning Commission. So staff would follow what's outlined in the code. I can't remember all of the different circumstances in which that applies or would apply here. The director also has the discretion to elevate any staff level determination to the Planning Commission, and that's outlined in Chapter 1 of the Development Code for authority for review decisions, et cetera. So there is process identified in our code in which it would require Planning Commission to act as review authority outside of the director. It also draws a line as to what is within the director's level of authority to approve. Happy to answer any more detailed questions about it if you'd like. I can pull it up, but I think hopefully that satisfies your question.
It does for part of it. Obviously, I'm trying to operate within this process since it's very specific legally. But yes, the answer is as far as past this part of the process.
Do we have any? Yes.
So I think most of us know that state law is superior to local law. And our state law, California Government Code 65915-2024, says nothing shall be construed to relieve the local agency from complying with the California Coastal Act, including the LCP, CEQA, state, or federal law.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
So why am I hearing discrepancies in between what Debbie Peterson is talking about with the LCP and what our codes are when it comes to mixed use about being ground floor? There's.
If I could just.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't hear a discrepancy, so I 100% agree with Ms. Peterson's reading of the law that the city is required to comply with the LCP, and I think that what staff has described is that the project does comply.
The ground floor question.
That wasn't an LCP issue.
Yeah. So I can't speak to Ms. Peterson's interpretation. From what I have read, there are assertions about it being mandated to be on the ground floor. Like the general plan, our local coastal program is policy related to to development within the coastal zone. We are mandated to find all projects that are in the coastal zone, whether appealable or not, consistent with the LCP, but it also allows us to have, again, those specific and prescriptive standards in our development code. Our development code was most recently updated in 2022. It was sent to this Coastal Commission for consideration and consistency with not just the LCP but the Coastal Act, and it was found consistent. So a 55-foot tall mixed-use building in this CVS zone is allowable and found consistent with our LCP and with the Coastal Act. I understand why it seems as though there's a discrepancy, but again, Planning Commission found that it was consistent, and so staff is continuing that recommendation to your council for consideration.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm clear, I do understand that the 5 stories has already been approved. I think some of the discrepancy that you were addressing has to do with whether or not commercial space has to be on the ground floor and why the staff's recommendation is that it allows for it to be on the second floor, and the appellant's understanding is that it doesn't. So if we get
Yeah, thank
clarification
you.
on that discrepancy.
Apologies, I narrowed in on mixed use. It was part of the focus
That was
from
helpful, though, for
commission.
context, that it's already been approved.
As was kind of mentioned toward the beginning of the presentation, over time, not just things like state law, but changing market conditions as well as just interest in development in the community, we've seen our actual regulatory documents be modified over time. The one thing that hasn't necessarily kept pace with that is the LCP. Our LCP is still considered consistent and certified and compliant with the Coastal Act, but it is something that staff does need to address to avoid those inconsistencies moving forward. I think what's important right now to understand, for your council to consider and to understand, is that while the questions and the readings by Ms. Peterson are such that there is a discrepancy and it is not consistent, staff confirmed with the Coastal Commission that there were no concerns. And that's further supported by the fact that our last development code update in 2022 provides for the second floor, the third floor, any floor of a mixed-use project to include commercial as well as residential, and not necessarily be beholden to the ground floor. There isn't anything in our development code that says it shall not be on the second floor or shall be on the first. It allows for the flexibility, but it has to have a commercial component associated with it. Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, oh, my mic's on. I was wondering if it might be helpful if Ms. Peterson can direct us to where she sees that code saying it's mandated to be on the first floor in our codes.
Thank you. It's mentioned several places, so I've done a search here. So let's go back to the one that's untrue. It's the finding in section 3, number 4. So, and that's the one which says pedestrian and visitor serving uses along the ground floor. They're not. But the finding is, the finding that you all have made, or the Planning Commission's made, and that the Planning Department wants you to make, is section 3.4, that visitor serving uses are along the ground floor. And they're not as parking. So that's just inaccurate. And I'd be ashamed to approve something like that. Why not correct it? And then as far as ground floor references, let's go through them here. Okay, land use, we talked about that. 4.3, the city will promote mixed-use development that functionally integrates businesses that depend on foot traffic and exposure to pedestrians on the ground floor. Okay, you'll promote it. And then you have, now this is an objective design standard and they must be met. That's a big deal that the planning, that the staff have been talking about. You have to do the objective standards. So here is the objective standard, 4.25010A2. Ground floor street frontage shall be reserved for commercial uses. It's reserved for parking. It's not reserved for commercial uses. And then, so that's the second one. Those are the only two oh, wait a minute. No. So the compliant thing to do would be put it on the ground floor and then put in as much parking as you can, and then you only have as many units as you have parking for. 1 space per unit.
I see you're looking.
Sorry, we were just referencing the document, so sorry. We were looking at the findings associated with the resolution, and I just want to make the clarification. If there is ground floor commercial retail space, it must be used as commercial. It can't be used as, for example, residential. So that's the shall, and that's how staff's interpreted it and implemented it.
So it was never my vision that we wouldn't have ground floor retail when we developed the codes, or not develop them, but revised the codes in 22. But that one word changes everything, shall. I understand that.
But that's not in the development code. The shall's not in the development code. The ground floor doesn't have to be developed with commercial But if it is, it has to be for commercial. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I want to make sure we understood
No,
one
I
another.
understood what you said, yes.
Councilman, no? Any questions to my left?
Yeah, I mean, since the coastal act keeps getting brought up, and which was of course passed by voters statewide, and it's up to how we have the coastal commission. And so, just for clarification, since the coastal commission is always one of these entities that the commission's the agency name, there are commissioners of it, but then there's staff too. The commission as the agency, not just the commissioners. So for the communications between city staff and the coastal commission has been with coastal commission staff, not the commissioners, correct?
Correct. This item wouldn't reach the Coastal Commission as it's not appealable.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm trying to listen to Ms. Martin. I cannot hear her.
As
Thank
it's
you.
not appealable. It doesn't mean that a commissioner might not take interest and reach out and ask questions, but we as staff reach out to Coastal Commission staff to go over the issues that are brought up, go over any issues that they may see or may have, and work through to find a compromise and or to completely change direction if we're in the wrong, or if they see any issue that they need to resolve.
What would
Hold on. No.
what would trigger the ability to appeal? Like you said, this
so
project is not appealable. What types of projects are appealable? Under what circumstances?
Yeah, so under the Coastal Act, as well as listed in our development code, there's certain criteria that has to be met in order for a project to be coastal appealable, meaning that after local discretion is exhausted and local appeals are exhausted, an applicant and or an appellant, an aggrieved individual, can then appeal that project to the Coastal Commission. So it is between the first public road and the ocean. It has to be located on an environmentally sensitive habitat, think like a wetland. It can be within a certain linear distance of a coastal stream, coastal creek. I think any tidelands or submerged lands, but there's certain criteria. This site doesn't fall in any of those, so it's not coastal appealable. So this is. Oh, thank you. So this is the last avenue to appeal locally.
And so to clarify, when the city government staff communicated with the coastal commission staff and it was determined that this wasn't coastal appealable, that the coastal commission staff, when they reviewed all this, determined that there was no. Basically, it's consistent with.
They took no issue with the project as proposed or approved.
Okay, and because it's not appealable to the coastal commissioners on the coastal commission, that the coastal commissioners don't have a say in this too. It's at a staff level and the coastal commission agency staff. Is that correct? At this, basically.
The Coastal Commission doesn't have review authority over the project because it's not appealable.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But as far as their review of things, they didn't see any issue within our local coastal plan and how this was working. Is that
Coastal
correct?
staff.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Any other questions to my right? Okay. So now we'll bring it back to the council for discussion and either upholding the planning commission's decision or denying it.
And Mayor D, now's the time to close the public hearing.
Oh, excuse me. I will now close. Thank you so much for that. I will now close the public hearing. And now we will bring it back to the council for deliberate and what was presented. Does anybody want to start? Okay, I will start. I appreciate everybody's patience with this item. There's a lot to take in, and based off of what was presented, I am supporting the staff's recommendation of what they have presented tonight, as everything does seem like it is in compliance with our local coastal plan, the general plan. It's all in compliance, and I support the staff's decision and findings on this item. So that's where I land with that. I also can talk more about housing and all that, on all those kinds of things, but right now we're speaking about the appeal and the things that were in the appellant's project.
I want to thank everyone too. This was a lot of information, and I did hear loud and clear. I think that there will be a time and a place that we need to go back and look at our current code and see if we are on the right trajectory or not. This particular project, I don't see that we have that opportunity for that discussion, considering the guidance we've been given. Does it meet our current code? Does it not? It appears that it meets current code. I think the Planning Commission did a good job in determining all that they had to look and see. It'll be very interesting to see what comes back as the project proceeds. And then again, hearing loud and clear that we need to kind of look at where we're going and where our future is, and if we need to adjust our codes in the future. I hear all that, but that's not what we're talking about today. We're talking about this particular project. And for those reasons, I'm going to support the project and not the appeal.
Similar vein, I hear real needs for changing code, or at least to revisit the conversation. I think it's imperative that we come up with a subjective standard for residential mixed use. I don't want to be in this position again of deciding what's enough. I think we could have a collective conversation and clean that up. I also think the level of commercial use, I kind of like that we're getting more parking, so I'm a little torn, but having that conversation and getting really clear on that is important. And then we hear a lot about heights and setbacks. Again, that's another public conversation that needs to be had. But in order to overturn this, we would be disregarding Coastal Commission staff, city staff, and the Planning Commission. And it would have to be so egregious for me to do that, that I'm not comfortable honoring the appeal. I've looked at it myself. I'm comfortable that it is in alignment with all of our current codes. That doesn't mean our current codes aren't serving the vision. I also don't think we have the whole perspective on people's vision, because I hear very different things when I'm not in these chambers. It's a real unique select group that comes here and a real select group that I meet out, because we tend to find our own echo chambers. So I think we really need to have a better conversation of having a collective conversation, so that, and I don't exactly know how we orchestrate it, so that people of differing views actually have to sit down, because I honestly believe it doesn't matter what I think or what I want. It's about what the community wants. And I recognize people that come to these meetings think this is what the community wants, but the letters, the emails, and the public pressing outside of this time, it's very conflicted, and change is hard, and we need to do a better job of having a collective conversation of acknowledging that for everybody, and moving forward. But we can't retro how we want to move forward into what is, and currently this meets coastal staff, Planning Commission, our staff, our city staff's requirements for being in line with local and state policy. So I will be supporting not overturning. That's a double negative.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Unfortunately, I would have to agree with that, because the fact of the matter is that our codes really, I never envisioned a commercial mixed-use building with parking underneath on the bottom. I never did. I always thought that there'd be traffic, foot traffic, where people could come and go to the retail stores and what have you, and certainly not no square footage requirements. So moving forward, we need to come back to that, address that. I mean, apparently they could have 20 square feet and be qualified, and I don't agree with that. But I will vote that this is not appealable, because they do follow all the codes that we have outlined at this point. I'm sorry.
Due to the nature of this kind of quasi-judicial proceeding and other thoughts I have that are not relevant to this, I'll just reserve my comments.
Okay. All right. Okay, and I agree with the comments that were made by the other council members regarding moving forward and getting better requirements for that commercial. But in addition to that, I'm excited to see what we get from the survey moving forward, because that'll give us an even better understanding of what we're doing with our vision and with our general plan. So with that, I will move to adopt the resolution to deny and appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's decision and approve development application DA 24-54. Do I need to read the rest of it, Ms. Thompson?
No, that's adequate.
All right. May I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. May I have a roll call, please?
Mayor D?
Yes.
Councilmember Tuggle?
Yes.
Councilmember McCory Driscoll?
Yes.
Councilmember Wyrick?
Abstain.
Mayor Pro Tem Robert?
Yes.
All right, motion carries. Thank you so much, everybody, for your time and your participation. Thank you to our staff as well for the presentation. That was a long meeting to get through, so thank you so much. Okay, we do not have any regular business items. With the time that it is, I would recommend that we maybe move our council committee, I guess we're not going to meet. I would say please make it brief for council committee reports. And I'll start with Councilmember McCory Driscoll.
I have nothing to report.
Councilmember Tuggle.
Nothing.
Councilmember Wyrick.
None of my committee assignments have met since the last meeting.
Mayor Pro Tem Robert.
The IWMA, Integrated Waste Management Authority, had their summit this year, and just briefly, we went over the AI that's being involved in the trash collection now. They have smart trucks that can identify what trash they're putting in the truck and then send out notices that you're violating, what have you. Yeah, so things are really getting techie there. And by the year 2026, which is next year, they hope to have all their vehicles under natural gas, renewable natural gas by the end of 2006. And anything else? Food collection is really moving well. They're doing a great job at rescuing food and giving it to people that need it in some of our nonprofits. And I think that's the most important thing I got out of it. Thank you.
Okay. For me, I had RTA. We have a bus driver shortage. So if you know anybody that's looking for a job, please have them go apply for RTA. It's a very good job. And then for South San Luis Obispo Sanitation District, I wanted to circle back to a public comment. Regarding this, there was a public comment speaker regarding the plant to be relocated by the year 2047. The Coastal Commission requires the district to put together a plant condition assessment project every 10 years. We are on track with this and just approved the contract to begin the assessment work for this round. So just wanted to clear that information up. That was said by some public comment, and this individual came to our to our meeting as well and cleared up a lot of stuff, which was really wonderful that we educated our individuals. So now on to council communications, and for me, I will be moving my council communications I'll save it for the next meeting in regards to time. So I'll save mine for the next meeting. Councilmember McCory Driscoll.
I'll just limit mine to one, and that is to thank St. Barnabas for the wonderful job they do with their donations. I work for a company that did receive a donation from them, and just knowing all they do to support people in our community that have unmet needs, they're doing an amazing job.
Thank you. Councilmember Tuggle.
I'll hold till next meeting.
Councilmember Wyrick.
I'll hold off mostly. I'll just put two things. First, I want to thank and wish the United States Marine Corps a happy 250th birthday today. Yeah. And so thanks, Corps, and all the Marines, including my family members, for their service to defending our nation. And the second thing is, one of the public comments earlier in the general part clicked in some in my head too, and I do want to request if we could get council concurrence to add a framework item, and I'll give enough time. Like our first meeting, I was looking at our calendar that we adopted on Tuesday, February 10th, on a general community benefit agreement program for developments. And I mentioned before at the League of California Cities annual conference, I attended one of the sessions using development agreements to build community benefit.
Wait, can you slow down? I'm so sorry.
Sure.
Can you please slow down like a whole bunch? Because since you're trying to get concurrence from all of us.
That's true. This energy drink isn't helping that. So requesting for our first meeting in February, on February 10th, an agenda item on the community benefit agreement program related to developments. It's a more general framework one to start a conversation. And I mentioned in the past when I attended our last League of California Cities, Cal Cities annual conference, one of the sessions was using development agreements to build community benefit programs. And since then, I've learned a little bit more about it in different ways. And one of the things that it does in multiple ways, it goes beyond the basics requirements and allow staff to have more in-depth conversations about different ways. And one of the areas that it seems it gets used the most, though, in other cities, is staff initiates conversations with the potential development application immediately when it's identified that such a application would require an exemption or change the city ordinance or rule or rezoning, something in fact that's within the city's discretion and not ministerial. And other times it's something that's more proactively started in conversations by staff with applicants who are willing to voluntarily do those things. Sometimes the applicant, in rare cases, brings it themselves. So that's why I was thinking that the first meeting in February gives enough time for our staff to look into it, but not let it get so far out where suddenly it becomes just kind of lost in the mix of things later on too. And like I said, it's just more of an initial framework conversation because most of those programs do eventually get to the point where there's like basically menu items of things of what those agreements would get prioritized as to that gets approved by the council, feedback from community. So it's one of those areas that I would like to see us have, and especially since these developments can get talked about a lot in general.
To clarify, we're not going to get into it, I promise, but to clarify, is this like for developments, like to somewhat require them to build a park or help a thing? I know we probably can't, under the state law, we can't do that, but is it something like that?
It's a very different kind of vehicle that we don't use right now that does things that could be like that. That was one of the examples brought up in that presentation. And when I went to the League of California Cities is how that once did, do a park. But there's a lot of other different types of ways to do things. It's not limited to just those kind of areas. That's why they usually have this menu list of different things that come up. But like I said, most of the time it's used when the city does have discretionary ability too. That's when the conversation starts off. Because most of the time, by the time it gets to the planning commission or council, those opportunities seem to get lost.
Okay.
So it's
Okay. Yes, sir.
Just a point of information, kind of certainly up to the council regarding this direction. One thought is to not pin it down to the February 10th meeting specifically, since there are a number of items between now and then that we are going to be focusing on from a policy standpoint. Budget being certainly a key item, with the holidays coming up. So one potential alternative, Mr. Wyrick, would be to look at maybe in the first quarter of the new calendar year to give us a little bit more time to flesh this out further. This will involve city attorney time, will involve staff time when we are down some resources right now. So just to keep to the spirit of if the council directed this, but to have a little more flexibility than pinpointing a specific date when we don't have that identified yet.
Could there be no later than date? Because sometimes we've had items that were to come back to, but because no date was set, it could come back whenever it comes back. So as far as within the first quarter, is there in your mind no later than this kind of date that we're seeing?
My thought is by the end of the first quarter of the year.
Okay, I could do that. Yeah, I could do that. I mean, that's fine.
I do like that idea, and I do agree with not pinning it to a specific council meeting, but in the first quarter.
Yeah, as long as it's within that part, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
That's correct, sir.
I'm not clear on what he's asking. So.
And I think staff would need to get a little bit more clarity, hence why the February 10th date, I think, feels premature in identifying that specifically versus the interest around community benefits agreement is a common topic. It's not one that we've done as a city. And so, again, we can't talk much more tonight before the city attorney starts to look at me cross-eyed.
Right.
But this will take some time to be able to flesh out in a way to help provide a cogent framework for the council to discuss.
Yeah. So is it possible for you to come back with more information? I don't feel like I have enough to direct staff to spend legal time and like.
Let me do this. Let me send information to the council in a written format, and then at perhaps the next council meeting, you can have that information. Then you can provide some further guidance and direction around whether to agendize this, and if so, what kind of time frame the council would be looking at.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Good. Okay. Is that it for your council communications?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Robert?
A couple things. One, after tonight, are we going to get a consensus that we discuss these ground floor parking lots and basically the code on the retail aspects of the buildings, not really requiring much of any space at all for retail? Can I get a consensus that sometime we can come back and talk about that?
I do agree with that. I believe I was watching a planning commission meeting, and there was a comment made about, we're always looking at the development code, and is there an update cycle coming up soon that we can have that discussion?
Ms. Martin is not in the room at the moment, but I believe that we are looking at a mid-year cycle update for the development code. So that is something that we could build in. It would start off with a council deliberation and then go to the planning commission for further review and due diligence, and then come back to the council at the end.
And about the timeline that you're thinking? Rough.
Middle of the year. I
Middle
can't
of the
specify.
calendar year or fiscal year?
The calendar year
Okay.
is what I believe Ms. Martin has indicated before, but I don't have that date identified now.
And at that time, can we also explore maybe an application for the heights on the 40-foot side of 4th Avenue? Front Street? Could we have a discussion about the heights? Can we change those heights?
I think that we have concurrence to
we cover all that.
To cover all that,
very
correct.
good.
Those would be coming up in the conversation. Ms. Thompson's going to cut us off in a second here.
Well, and a quick question on that too, because this would be a different part too. It might be good to have that initial conversation before the item that comes up, because the item that comes up generally is updating all of our codes to conformity with other state laws and other things. While this is a very different one that's to give more substantial policy direction. So I think they actually are two different ones, where one's a little bit more pretty straightforward, like, oh, here's what's changed in state law. Well, this is a lot more, can we change our development code to meet different things? And they might get, in the same item, that might get lost. That's what crosses my mind. So it might be good to have it just earlier, even identify the different areas that, if that item came back to and was meshed with the other one, that here's the different places that are being looked forward more proactively on changing local policy, not conforming to new state law.
Mr. Bronson, from a efficiency standpoint and trying to get our standpoint or it across, when is the time that we can give direction to council direction to staff to explore these items but also go in line with the state laws? Or can it all happen at the same time?
There are different issues that ultimately would be wrapped up into the development code at the end, but they are different issues. And one aspect to the heights we have to look at is regarding the narrowness of changing heights in one particular zone versus a more global height discussion. So I'm hesitant to identify a specific time frame because it's a more general topic. And I'd like to consult with Ms. Martin on that before I would commit to a certain time frame. But just to know that we are looking at a mid-year 2026 update as part of our development code. We do this every year, and we heard interest from the council, and I'd like to talk to Ms. Martin further about how that could be fleshed out.
Okay.
So can we just agree to revisit it at the next meeting with more information?
I'll have information back to the council.
Yeah, perfect.
Great, thank you. Okay, was there another comment? Okay. No, okay, so now on to city managers' reports and comments.
I'll be very brief, just 3 items. One, to highlight our Citizen Oversight Committee applications are open until Friday, November 21st. These are for the 2 committees, the Tax Measures Committee, which is a 5-member body, and then the Measure K14 Committee, which is a 3-member body. So applications are available on our website, and we just need them by 5 p.m. on Friday the 21st, and then council will be interviewing applicants at the December 8th council meeting. And then on December 13th, we have our annual holiday parade, which hopefully will not be rained out like we had last year. It is at 10 o'clock.
Seriously.
At the corner. It starts at the corner at 16th and Grand and proceeds down West Grand Avenue. We look forward to a wonderful event. The theme is Groovy Grover Beach, and so we look forward to a great event. And lastly, just a happy Thanksgiving to everybody, since our next council meeting will be after Thanksgiving on December 8th.
Thank you very much. Ms. Thompson, any reports and comments?
I have nothing to report.
Okay, and we do not have a closed session, so we will now adjourn the meeting.